Good morning, all, and welcome to the last day of the course, which is the most important day. Sorry for yesterday. There used to be soap opera when I was young in my country. We used to call The Rich Also Cry. So when some of you were falling out of the class because of network, yesterday was my turn. So we got internet problem. It doesn't happen often, but the rich also cry. So yesterday was, and they restored it and went back, but it also went out again. Anyway, here we are. I am glad that you were able to manage it, and Eman gave you the necessary support. We'll finish what we started before I went off to just get you through the Revman quickly. But before that, I want to know, group one, are you ready? Have you finished your group project to present? Are you ready for presentation? Group one, are you ready? Okay, I have Luca. Luca, are you saying yes or no?
No, sir, we are not fully ready yet, sir.
You're not fully ready. Almost, okay.
We're not fully ready yet, sir.
All right. Group two, are you ready? Where's group two?
Good morning, Doctor.
Yeah, group two, are you ready?
No, we're not yet ready.
Okay. Group three?
Good morning. No, we are not yet ready. We are finishing now.
Group four?
We're ready.
Group four is ready. Wow. So group four will have a lot of time to play this morning. Any other group that is ready?
Group 7.
Group 7 is
Group
ready.
7,
Group
we are
4.
ready.
Okay. Any other group apart from 4 and 7? All right. So the plan this morning is to give you time to finish up. We usually give up to 3 hours. So the group that has finished, you have time to do some other things. But yes, we will give you the time to finish up. All right. I have put the link to the evaluation. Let me do it again. Majority of you have not filled. I think you have less than a quarter of you that has completed the evaluation. So please do it. Don't wait for it because easily you can forget. I know you're carried away with the joy of the group project, but please try to complete. It is very important for us. Okay, just to remind you. And the slides for the course yesterday already in the Google Drive, and the recording on the YouTube channel. So pick those from there. The materials in the Google Drive, please, if there is anything you want to pick from there, take it within a week time. Okay, within a week, and then we'll use that space for something else. So within a week, pick the materials from the Google Drive folder of the course. All right. Yesterday we went through some issues. Is there anyone who has question? Any question? Just raise your hand if you have a question. All right, Pius. Pius, unmute yourself. Pius, you should mute yourself. I'll give you the right to mute.
Hey, good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Good morning, my colleagues. Yes, I have some questions regarding the use of RevMan. In the process of trying to carry out a meta-analysis using RevMan for non-comparative studies, because our research question does not have to do with interventional studies. It's not an intervention. So when I tried using RevMan, I ran into a lot of problems.
I know.
It kept showing comparison group. So I had to go online, and in the process, I discovered a software called OpenMeta, a free software. So I had to use OpenMeta analysis to be able to run the analysis for my group, since we didn't have a comparison group. So I don't know if we did the wrong thing, or whether RevMan can actually do this.
What is your outcome?
Our outcome was vaccine hesitancy.
And you're comparing what?
COVID-19.
Vaccine
we just
hesitancy.
wanted to see among healthcare workers in sub-Saharan Africa, we are trying to assess the prevalence and the factors associated
prevalence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
yeah. So RevMan has limitation on that. So what you have done is right. There has been lots of complaint in that direction. Of course, you know that the systematic review started with intervention. That is so. I don't know if they have plans to update that. That is one of the limitations of that program.
Okay, sir. So I'll plead if this single non-comparative study or non-interventional study meta-analysis be taught in future, if it's possible.
I mean, there is no differences in what we do in terms of meta-analysis. I think what is there is that there are various types of outcomes, but we can bring it forward. We can bring it forward. The problem is that you cannot then use RevMan for it. You can use other software.
Okay, sir.
All right, then I have Alo Chitoro.
Yes, Prof, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It's like you wanted me to say something. I didn't hear clearly.
No, I see your hand up. So that is why I invited you to speak.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, I have Tosun Omayone.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Thank you for the lectures and this opportunity to ask the question. I have two questions, although one were already asked initially by the first person, talking about maybe are not having tools for only using interventions, because ours was also what I was trying to do was not intervention study also. But my second question is this: I looked at 3 papers and the same variables, but they use different units. One uses mean, standard deviation, another percentage. So I want to ask, how do we, then the third one uses median and IQR. How do we now convert the units, in order to do meta-analysis? Or is there a way that we can use something else that will combine the 3 of them?
I mean, that is with beyond the scope of this course, but you can look at for, I think there are some formulas that you can use to convert those central measures, mean, median, and so on, proportional percentage. I think there are some formulas you can use to make this conversion. So when you're doing a systematic review and you come to meta-analysis with such kind of challenges in conversion, there are some proposed approaches people have recommended you can do to get them into one common measure. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, I have Victor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for all your knowledge that you impacted so far. It's highly appreciated. So I want you to guide us. I discovered that, or guide me, sorry. Discovered that after downloaded those materials, the video and audio in the Google Drive, I couldn't play it on my system. I'm wondering, is there any conversion or something I need to do?
Audio from Google Drive.
Yes, the recorded.
The recording is not in Google Drive. Did you get it from YouTube?
No, not YouTube. I saw some of the recorded materials
in the Google Drive.
Yes, a video and audio. I did for the first day.
For the first day.
Yes. So it's not the right channel to get, sir. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Okay. No, don't take from there. Don't take from there.
Okay.
It's best to get it from the YouTube. I see what you're talking about. It was a test.
Okay.
So I just have to remove that so that you're not confused with that.
So go to the YouTube channel.
Yeah, the YouTube, that is where the right recordings are.
Okay, sir.
Somebody is still asking us today the YouTube link. Many of you were really carried away.
It's been posted short earlier by.
Many of you were really carried away with this. A lot of things. Okay, you can have it. All right, then I have Scholar. Scholar, can you speak? Unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. It has been a week of great learning. I wanted to ask the same question about the YouTube, but again, also on the Google Drive, the notes which you have sent on Google Drive, have you sent them using our emails?
No, I won't send it using your email. I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
If you'll be disappointed if you wait for that.
So you have,
huh?
So I just go straight to Google Drive.
Go to the Google Drive and get it there, Scholar. Scholar, your name is quite unique. How did you get that name?
I was given that name by my mother.
Wow. So she had an aspiration for you.
Who was not learned, but she was an African.
Wow.
She
Well,
knew the power of learning.
maybe I can ask you privately what it means. It's it's an ambitious name. It's a good name. You like it? All right. So I have Epiphan.
Yeah, good morning, Prof, and good morning,
Morning.
class. Thank you, Prof, for everything and for the resources you provided for this course. It was very fabulous. Beside that, is there a textbook out there that you recommend on systematic review and meta-analysis?
There are many textbooks. I mean, well, let me get. I have some here. Let me just see their names. But there are many textbooks, many textbooks out there. Honestly, you can't finish them in your lifetime. You can't finish reading them.
I mean, the one you prefer that you recommend.
It depends. It depends. Some of them are specific to certain things. Some of them, there are many textbooks I can tell you. Let me see. This one's here. But if you follow the literature I gave to you, I think it covers some of the basic things here. So there is one here called Research Synthesis and Meta-Analysis, a step-by-step approach by Harris Cooper. That one is very good for those in the social sciences. Harris Cooper, Research Synthesis and Meta-Analysis. There is one, Introduction to Meta-Analysis by Michael Borestein. That one deals with primarily meta-analysis. Okay. There's one I have here, Methods of Meta-Analysis here by Frank Schmidt. Okay.
Okay.
There is one here dedicated to publication bias in meta-analysis. And the first editor is Hannah R. Rothstein. Modern Meta-Analysis, Ton J. Kleupas. And then there are some field-specific ones, diagnostic meta-analysis and network meta-analysis for decision-making. But the introductory text I sent to you, written by the University of York Center for Review and Dissemination, is very good to introduce you to the field. I will recommend that you start with that one. Okay. And then if you want to specialize later, then you can read some of these more advanced textbooks. So there are tons of textbooks on the topic out there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some people are afraid of bulky textbooks, so they want just simple ones. And I mean, if you go online, Google, and you search for articles, there are tons of articles that have been written. One of the things that I have been contemplating recently is to see if within the ASFI network to write short articles on these issues, perhaps for African scholars. Right. But I don't think they will take over what have been documented in the papers. I mean, in those textbooks. All right, let's Jerita.
Yes,
then Eunice, then
yes,
we'll move on.
Yes, good morning. Yesterday, I had asked a question on the chat. You had said that we could contact individual authors, maybe on some more information on the data. And at times, authors usually deposit some data in some repositories. Could that also be maybe some kind of ways we could seek some more information on the data?
Yeah, I mean, if they contain what you're interested in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Finally, Eunice.
Hello, Prof.
Yes,
Good
Eunice. Good
morning.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. Yeah, I'm just happy to express my mind this morning. I have gone through the course and I realized that there were a lot of things that I did not know that I have come to know. I was doing research on a topic day before yesterday, and I realized that there are a lot of papers on in the social sciences on systematic review. I used to see them and I don't understand what they are, but now I can read them and know what they are, what they are, the reason why they have done it, the methodology, and I can actually criticize the paper and see whether the paper is of quality as far as the meta-analysis is concerned or not. So I'm just so happy that I went through this course, Prof. Your team, yourself and your team, you are doing a good job to Africa. Just know that we are grateful.
That is great. That is great for that. We'll bring this when we are closing the course, those who want to express their mind. But yes, I see Pantaleon has sent a compilation of that website he sent there is very fantastic. So I will encourage you to look at the website Pantaleon has put on the chat. Please take that. It has a collection of different books on systematic review and meta-analysis. Some of those I have presented this morning. So please do so. And thanks to Pantaleon. There is one there called Essential Guides to Effect Sizes. So that is very important. Effect sizes. I think I will try to get that one also for myself. You can actually download it. It looks like it's downloadable online. Yeah, you can download this. It's free of charge. I'm not sure, Pantaleon, are they all freely available online to be downloaded? You can clarify on that. Yeah, but that is a very good site to take up. All right, John, you are making us salivate this morning. Okay, so let's go to the meta-analysis. You open your, let's do it quickly so that you can go and finish up. All right, so this is where we started yesterday. You can click here or you close and go from here. So you can go from here. So if we say create a new review, if you click here, then this other wizard comes up and you just click finish. If you click finish, you can see this window comes up. All right. Is there anyone who is not here yet? Everybody is here. If yours is not working, so we don't wait for you, okay? Now, this is what we have done. And I told you that the RefMan is used per by the Cochrane collaboration to carry out the systematic reviews from beginning to the end. And so from the protocol, but we are not doing that. We want to use this just to do the meta-analysis. All right, do the meta-analysis. And so for that reason, we are going to go to the section on studies and references. If we click the toggle key here, down, then it draws down, and then we're interested in the references to studies here. If you click it, you get it down. And what we want to deal with is the included studies. All right, included studies. So we will right click here. All right, right click on this. Right click and then add study. All right, and we'll go to our Excel, pick the first study. And we put here, we'll go next, go next, go next, go next, add another study. Continue. We go and pick the second one. And we put here, go next, go next, go next, go next. We'll add and continue. And I told you that it's good to have the name of the author and the year together. And so if you put it, it will recognize the year you have put there. You go, you go, you go, and continue to do this until you finish adding all those studies. So you can be doing this on your own side while I'm doing here. Name. So I finish once this is done. Okay. That is done. All right. Clear? So far, so clear? Yes, there's no sound because I was just doing this, and perhaps because you just came in while we were doing this. All right, good. It's clear. Now, the studies have just been added and their year of publication without any data. All right, without any data. So if you expand, by the time we started doing this, this was empty, but now the toggle key has been there. If you expand it, you see what happens, that those studies have been included here. All right, so let me decrease it because we need to add data to this, the studies. We'll go to data and analysis and you click add comparison. All right, and we're saying that we are looking at physical activity versus no physical activity. And our study is looking at the association between physical activity and prostate cancer mortality. Prostate cancer mortality. All right, so we'll go next. What do you want to do after the wizard is close? Add an outcome under the new comparison. Okay, we have to add an outcome. And it brings us here. And I explained to you here, if you click this, it will give you information on the different, the meaning of the different things here. We are using the dichotomous because our outcome is dying from prostate cancer or not. And then we have the full data for each study. All right. We'll have the full data for each study. And we take next. And what is the name of the outcome? Prostate cancer mortality. Experimental group is physical activity, and the control group is no physical activity. All right, go next. Then we have the statistical methods. Let's use the inverse variance. And then we have the analysis model. We use the random effects always, and we'll calculate the risk ratio, and we move to the next. And here you can take options, how you want the studies to be displayed, and the statistical measures you'll be calculating. We want to have both totals and subtotals. As study confidence interval is 95% confidence interval, total confidence interval 95%, and that is all you need from here. We move on. When the estimate on the left side, it favors the physical activity. Physical activity, or I put it favors PA and no physical activity. All right. Here we have sort the studies by study ID. Yeah, that is the one we want to do. All right. Yeah or no, we just sort by study ID. All right. We go on to edit other properties for the outcome. Open properties for the outcome after clicking finish. What do you want to do after the wizard is closed? Edit the new outcome, add a subgroup for the new outcome, add study data for the new outcome. We take study data. All right. So we click continue and it brings us here. It brings us here. All right. So we want to add all the studies. So I select all of them, my control A. For Windows, I think for Mac, it is, you can select all by Command A. And once this is done, I have here finish. Okay, and this is what you have here. All right, everybody happy? Anybody who is not happy? I'm not sure which one you're answering. Are you answering not happy or answering happy? Okay, you are happy. Great. Some are already most happy. Oh, not happy, not happy. Somebody's not happy. All right. The one who is not happy, you have been overshadowed by the happy ones. Perhaps the happiness can be infectious and catch you. All right. Sorry, I know you may not catch everything, but please, it will be good to rewatch it. Okay. I know if I do this 10 times today, we'll still get at least one person who is not happy. Okay. It is not only affected by what I'm doing here. Sometimes it may be your computer, it may be your environment that is causing it. So it's not attributed to me. Yeah, somebody has said it now. RefMan is not working in your place. All right. So just bear with me, just watch. Now, what we are going to do, you can see what is on the screen. It has given us information. We want the physical activity group and non-physical activity group. We want to have information on, you can see here the names of the studies, here the calculation that we made on the total events, but none of those is there now because we have not put any data. So if you take this, scroll this, you will see this, and then you see where the risk ratio will be and the overall, but it has not been calculated because we have not put the data here. And then here, it is where the forest plot will be displayed. All right, so what I would do, I go and take to the Excel I gave to you. Go to the Excel, and I will take T def, column number C, and I'll bring it here and I will paste it. All right, I go and take the total of the treatment, that is total, T total. I take that and I come here and I put it here, and then I go to the no physical control, and that is C def. I take that and I come here and I put it here, and I go to the total, C total, and I come here and I put it here. Yep, then it calculates. Okay, here you can expand it and make it longer for yourself. All right. So this is what we did, and your meta-analysis is calculated. You can change between random from between risk ratio, risk difference, odds ratio, but we have chosen risk ratio. Here you can change between random effect and fixed effect, but we don't need that because this is what we want to this is what we should be using, random effect. And here is the forest plot. If you click this, it will appear a pop-up window of the forest plot, and you can see the forest plot clearer. All right. And I said from here, you can also add this, and it comes up here. I will do that in a bit. And then you can also save this file. And when you click save, you can save it in different format. Yeah, how are those values picked from the studies we are currently doing? Yeah, so that is what you get when you do the data extraction. During the data extraction, you're picking those values from the studies you have decided to include in your systematic review. All right, so let's add the figure, and it is added here. All right, and we have our data here. We'll have the figure here. Now we can see there is the heterogeneity is 40% and statistically significant. The estimate is almost null, 1.05, and crosses the null value. So it is not statistically significant, as you can see here. So what we need to do is to ask the question, what could be explaining the up to 40% I-square we have found, which indicates that 40% of the differences between the studies is due to actual differences and not by chance. And one thing we did last time we did this was to do subgroup analysis by study design. Subgroup analysis by study design. And that is what we are going to do now, subgroup analysis by study design. And I would like somebody to volunteer to look at the Excel and give me the names, but I will come to that now. Because we have added the data here, there is a toggle key here, which wasn't there before. If you click it down, you can see that the comparison we have added is here. If you click this down, you can see the outcome, which is under the comparison. If you click this down, you can see the studies with the data that are under the outcome. So to do the subgroup, we'll go to the outcome and right click on the outcome. When you right click, you have introduce subgroup, and the subgroup is added here. New subgroup here is added, and under it, all the studies are included. Right click here to rename the subgroup, and we'll call it cohort studies. You can do more than one subgroup. You can do different subgroups, but that is based on what you have defined in your data. So cohort studies. All right, we want to divide it between cohort studies and case control studies. I go to the outcome process cancer mortality again and right click. And it gives me an option, the first one there, add subgroup. And the pop-up window comes out, and I want to include case control studies. And I click finish. All right, and it is added here. So I have two subgroups now, 1.1.1 cohort studies, 1.1.2 case control studies. But because this was created, it has added all the studies under cohort studies. And what we need to do now is to get the studies under case control studies, which does not have anything there. So we need to move the case control studies down here. So who wants to help me to say the names of the case control? Just be telling me and I can move that. Who wants to do that? Is it Miriam? Are you raising your hand to do that for me? Okay, get tiger.
All right. Hello.
Miriam, you can do that? All right, then thanks.
Yes, Prof. Yeah. Case control study.
Just call the names.
AHS 1998. Allen 2004.
Yeah.
CAUSA 8185.
Yeah.
Air Wings 1996.
Yeah.
Frederick 2004.
Yeah.
Gadirian 1996.
Yeah.
Hayes 1996.
Hayes 1996.
Hayes 1996.
Yeah.
HCA 1999.
CA 1999.
99. Yeah. Lifespan study 2004.
Okay.
Oh no, 1988.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's all. All right. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. So we have this now. And as we are doing it, everything is being updated on the right side. Everything is being updated. So you can see this has been divided and subtotal has been calculated. And subtotal here has been calculated. And the overall total we got before also calculated. Here. And the forest plot you can see here as well. So if we click the forest plot, everything is updated as you were doing that. So this is a subgroup, and we were trying to interpret this the other day to say that what we got here does not reflect in what we're getting here. Now, okay, so the cohort studies are showing that participating in physical activity is associated with a decreased risk of dying from prostate cancer. Why the case control studies are saying that taking part in physical activity can increase the risk of dying from prostate cancer. So the two study designs are giving different information. All right, and then we can see that by doing it by subgroup, all the heterogeneity we have observed have disappeared. In that sense, we can say that study design is explaining all the heterogeneity we have observed between the studies included in our meta-analysis. I think this is sweetly simple, isn't it? Is there anyone who disagrees? Having gone through it now again, is it difficult? Is it clear enough for you? Happy, great. So we are going to stop here, and I want, somebody saying it's not clear. Were you following us? Were you following what we were doing? Goodness me. Anyway, the funnel plots. This is not the funnel plot, this is the forest plot. All right, the funnel plot is what you use to investigate small study effect, which is a part of the publication bias. All right, Now I will have to send you to your breakout sessions so that you go and finish but I see two hands there. I have Mwada Jalul. You have a question on this?
Yes, thank you, Professor, for having me. I just want to ask if the study doesn't include a conversion in their method. Should we exclude it from the beginning, or then we can't include in the Revman? Is that right?
You don't exclude from the beginning. So there are, as I explained this morning, there are some developments people are making to see how some metrics can be converted to the others. So you should explore those opportunities. For instance, if you have studies in risk ratio and odds ratio, you see whether you can convert either of them to either of them so that they can have the same measures. You just search on the internet to see convert risk ratio to odds ratio or convert odds ratio to risk ratio. So you have to make attempt to see if there are opportunities to make conversion. If there are no opportunities, then you do not include studies that have different metrics in the meta-analysis. But that does not mean you should exclude from the systematic review. It is in the meta-analysis, and you have to explain to your readers that you were unable to convert, so those studies have not been put together. There was one of my students did a study some time ago, and she was able to publish it. And after publishing it, a couple of years, I think 2 years, I think so, or a year after that, another study was published, a systematic review, and the authors actually included the same studies we have included, and did meta-analysis. And I saw this study. It was published in a reputable journal. Those who are in the pediatrics, it was published in pediatrics. We also published our own in a top journal in allergy. And so why my attention was drawn to that was that some of my colleagues wrote an editorial on that paper. So I got to know that, and I met them. I said, why when you wrote this editorial, you cited our paper, and you wrote fantastically about this paper. Didn't you see our paper? He said, yeah, I saw our paper. I said, but didn't you see that the number of studies we included in our paper was the same number of studies they included? There's no difference. That is one. The second thing is that they did rubbish. That paper you have written editorial, because they included all kinds of metrics together: hazard ratio, odds ratio, risk ratio. They put them together. You can't do that. It's a crime to do that. And you can see in our paper, we actually record, because you can't add hazard ratio and odds ratio and risk ratio as if they are the same measure. They are not the same measure. And there are opportunities to convert. So those authors should have done that. And they say, we didn't know that. And the reason is that they are not systematic reviewers. They have not had experience in that. And so you this week, when you're doing yours, you have to observe these things carefully, because the evidence you generate from doing this activity is going to influence a lot. And by this editorial they have written fantastically well about our paper. But for those of us who know what is happening, we know that they have done the wrong thing. And so what will the scientific community do? Those who are unaware will become victims of using such evidence for what is important to us, and that can cause a problem. All right, I hope that is clear to you.
Just another question, please. if you could allow me. Why we have to make subgroups of the studies in the Revman? I didn't understand why we have to do this.
Goodness me. Hey, you are taking us through. Well, the lectures are recorded. Lectures are recorded. We explain that quite a lot. So you have to look at the lectures, but there are two reasons. One is that subgroup analysis is used to identify subgroups in the population that may be of interest. Perhaps if you're looking at interventions, it is possible the interventions may not be relevant to everybody in the population. So if you identify subgroups in the population that will be relevant to the intervention, then it helps you, even for policymakers and decision makers, to know that you don't waste your resources rolling out intervention to everybody. Why don't we focus to those who actually need it? That is one. And so that the first one is a clinical question, our policy question, decision question. But the second one is that you use subgroup analysis to also explore the reasons for the observed heterogeneity. And from here now, we can see that both clinical and methodological, we can see it manifesting in this meta-analysis that we have done.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Then finally, I have Ayobami Oni. Oni is a common name. It was a name of a governor in Nigeria. Are you related to that, Abayo?
I'm not related. Good morning.
You are
Prof.
not related. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Okay. The question, taking us through again. The question I have is that if there is an outcome measure, maybe, for example, I need to explain this. You are tested, you want the outcome measure is like hematological parameters. You want to check the parameters. And you've checked several studies that had the hematological parameters. But, you know, under hematological parameters, you have different parameters. Some may have done 4 parameters, some may have done 5, and you want to test. Would you just put the ones that are common to all the studies, or I don't know how you would do with the missing tests?
Well, if you're what you're explaining is that some have done 4, some have done 5. If you mean that each can be picked out, each can be treated independently, then you compare those that are common. So what you do here is that you compare likes for likes.
Okay.
You understand? If that is the ultimate goal. But you know, yesterday when we are looking at the criticisms, it is possible you have apples and oranges. It is possible that your goal is not just to look at apples and apples. You want to know whether eating any fruit at all. So the methodological parameters you're talking about, if your goal is to look at specifics, then you can compare likes by likes. But if you're looking at any, then it doesn't matter. You can include any of them.
Okay, sorry, sir. If they now have, like now, I want to do, let me give like 2 or 3 examples. In hematological
I will prefer if you give one because we don't have time.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead.
You have a packed cell volume, and you have some data that have that packed cell volume, and you have another study that didn't include that packed cell volume, and it's part of the studies that you've taken.
Mm-hmm.
Would you discard the...
So you don't discard that study from your schematic review. It just means that you cannot include it in the meta-analysis. Okay. So from the studies you have included, not all of them will end up in the meta-analysis.
Okay.
But they will be left in the systematic review. So if you look at a Prisma flowchart for reporting, it gives allowance on that. There are 2 boxes at the end of the Prisma flowchart. The first box is studies included in the narrative review, and that is the systematic review, and then studies included in the meta-analysis. All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Miriam, do you have something to say? Was it the hand you raised while you were giving me the numbers? Miriam?
Yes.
Do you have something to ask?
Yes, please.
Go
Hello.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Please, I missed this part the other time, and now I've missed it again. It's when you were moving the studies from the cohort studies to the case control studies. So I missed the way you were moving it. So when I tried moving mine, I right-clicked on the case control studies, and I picked add studies. So it gave me a pop-up. Then I started adding the case control study. But when I finished it, what I got, the table I got was not friendly at all. It was giving me my case control study. Under my case control study, I had not estimated with 000, no values.
So it's just this. You see, when you are calling the name for me, I was just clicking here and I just drag it to here.
So did you drag it on top of the case?
Because when you create the subgroup, it creates all the studies under cohort, because that was the first subgroup we created. Yes. And when you create the second subgroup, there are no studies under there. Yes. Because all the studies are here. So what you do, if you identify whose studies are case control, you just click them one by one and just drag them and put under here. One by one. So just drag them and put under here.
Drag and put on top of the case control.
Under the case control.
Under the case control. All right. Okay, then please, another question. What if there was a mistake? Maybe you added a study mistakenly. How do you delete that?
You just remove it. You see, right click, then you can remove.
And delete. All right. So this one that I am having not estimated with 00 in front, do I just click everything and delete?
I don't know the situation there actually.
Under my case control studies, I have just 000.
So something must have gone wrong there. I don't want to tell you something that will spoil the whole thing you have put there. So I can't understand the specifics of what has happened there now, because you may click one button and it spoils other things you have done. All right. So if you have not put your number to your name, please do so now, because I'm sending you to your group so that you go and do and come back. So we come back at 10 a.m. GMT. So almost 2 hours from now, 1 hour, 50 minutes from now. Go and finish those who have not finished. All right, I see many hands still up there. Let me send it to your group because we can't finish it today. All right, welcome back, everyone. Group number 3, are you finished? Group number 3, are you finished? You can just put it on the chat box there so that I know. Okay. Group number 5, are you done? Group number 5, are you done? Great. Okay. Before we go for the lunch break, we will start with group number 4, and then group number 7, number 3, and number 5. When we come back, we turn to the other ones. All right. So to group number 4, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes each group So take care of that 10 minutes and don't go overboard so that we can keep to the time. All right, over to you, group number 4. Who is presenting for group number 4? Who is sharing? Gabriel, okay.
Thank you, Bright, for this opportunity to do this. On behalf of Group 4, we are saying thank you. Well, this is about systematic review and meta-analysis course that we started since Monday. Okay. Now, this is the group. These are the members of the group that participated in this particular work. We are all 15 in number, as you can see. Well, systematic review and meta-analysis always has a procedure, a process. As we have been taught, these are the process of systematic review and meta-analysis, which we also tend to follow in doing whatever we have been able to do up to the point that we did. Okay, so we formulate the question. Our question is effect of malnutrition on the mental health of children in Africa over the first 5 years of life. Systematic review and meta-analysis of studies published 2017 to 2020. And we put that to the PICO, and then, which is what is being shown here, the participants, the exposure, the comparison, no comparison, and then the outcome as we see it in this slide. And then in the issue of development of protocol, because of the shortness and the strictness of the time available for this work, we were not able to actually really develop a strict protocol. But albeit, we did develop our inclusion and exclusion criteria that we used for this study. We have types of participants, types of outcome, types of studies, types of exposure studies, and then outcome. And each of those different main inclusion criteria has sub under them, which are the ones that are shown on the right-hand side of the slide. And then also our exclusion criteria, children are also on this slide. Children not within the year of review, wrong outcomes, wrong study design, they were excluded from the study. Okay, then in identifying our eligible studies, we actually started with our search strategy. In doing that, we dissected the topic into different concepts using sensible Boolean operators, parentheses, quotations, as earlier taught to us. And then we went ahead to identify eligible sources using PubMed, as our database. At the end of that search, 54 studies were obtained. Then we went ahead to screen these 54 eligible sources. They were imported into RAIAN application for systematic review of literatures to screen them. At the end of this, 3 studies were initially considered eligible based on the abstract. And then from there, we went on to acquire the full article by exporting from RAIAN into EndNote. So we use the EndNote, and then we use ScienceHub as well to be able to get the full article of these 3 studies. This is our search strategies used. This is just to show when we were doing our RAIAN, this is our screen of RAIAN when we were working on one of the paper of the study. Then we went ahead to data extraction. We created our data extraction sheets in Excel, worksheets, and these are the criteria that we used in the extraction of the data, ranging from title to study strength. This is the study that we used on the long run. Sorry, I need to say this, that after we have done our data extraction, we discovered that 2 of the studies that we got, we said we got 3, 2 of the studies also did not meet this criteria that we set in our data extraction. So we had to also exclude them at this point as well. So which is one of the struggle that we had. We were wondering what we should do at that point. So we had to exclude, and then we focused on one, which we now said, okay, instead of wasting all the efforts that we have done, we should still go ahead to try to see how we can use this one to look at the quality of it. So this one that scaled through is the one that we brought into the appraisal of study quality. And the appraisal of study quality, the tool we use for that is the Effective Public Health Practice Project, the EPHPP. The EPHPP consists of 7 component ratings: selection bias, study design, confounders, blinding, data collection methods, withdrawals and dropouts, intervention integrity. And it has sub under each one that we went through to be able to arrive at what we have here on this table here: strong, moderate, weak. All the things that you see in red on this table are our own choices for each of those component ratings. And at the end of the day, we did a global rating. Our global rating was moderate. Moderate in the sense that if you look at this table, it has only 1 week in all of the table. And when you have 1 week rating, it's moderate. So because we have 1 week rating, we have moderate. Now, in rounding up this, the limitation of this study is that the time available is very strict. Number of databases that we search is just 1, PubMed, and we thought that that is restrictive for the purpose of this study that we wanted to do. Then the scope that we choose, 2017 to 2022, also appears to be narrow. Maybe if we have widened the scope more, maybe we will have gotten more. And if we are able to search more databases, maybe we will have been able to get more studies that will have qualified for this particular, because even the study that we do appraisal on, we actually find out when we're into what we really want to do, looking at effect of malnutrition on mental health of children under 5. So it didn't strictly fit into it, but we just said, let us do the appraisal so that we can learn from it and have something to report. Our recommendation is that more studies are needed on malnutrition in relation to mental health in children under 5. Thank you for your attention.
All right, great. Thank you, group number 4, and also being timely. Any questions raised for group number 4? Okay, Hamilton, you have a question?
Thank you, Bright. It's not a question, it's a suggestion that according to Prisma, the Prisma, we should present the table, the chart from the screening until the included study. Could be easier for the team, the group presented in the presentation. Over to you, right? Just a suggestion.
Yeah. So group 4, you got that?
I didn't get what he was saying.
You didn't get what he was saying?
Yes.
He was talking about the Prisma, that
Okay.
you should present the Prisma onto the included studies.
Okay.
But just to make a comment that when you do the food test screening, you continue to exclude even at the data extraction stage.
Okay.
So what you have done is in line, because you may include a study after the food text, and then during data extraction, you observe that actually it doesn't meet your criteria, you can still exclude at that point.
In fact, we were confused a little bit when we got there, but we just said, since it didn't meet all the criteria there, we cannot continue.
Yeah,
that's why we just went ahead to exclude them.
Yeah, so you can exclude at that point. And as I explained, when you do the title and abstract screening, you don't need to give the reasons for excluding studies. But when you do full text screening, so any study you exclude at the full text level or during data extraction, you need to indicate the reason why each of those studies have been excluded.
Excluded, okay.
But if you have several studies, usually what you do is that you can group the reasons. For instance, if some studies have not used the study design of interest, you can group those that relate to study design, perhaps analysis method, you can group them as irrelevant study design, so that within each group you can have a number of studies. But the key thing here is that during the full text screening, you should indicate the reason for each study that was excluded at that point in time.
Okay.
All right. So
Thank
you
you very
can see
much.
you can see the downside of presenting first, because the other groups now will take your
No, it's good for us.
It's good for you.
Enjoy this. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We enjoy
Okay.
this.
All right. Now the question I have before I go to the next group 7 is that for you, group 4, how did this go for you in terms of understanding the content of the course? How did this group project go for you?
Oh, everybody, in fact, now everybody are eager. Everybody is eager to continue to still search other databases now. Somebody had already contacted his friend in South Africa who have access to wider databases who we can use without having to pay. So we have intention of looking at other of wider databases to see what we will get, so that we can go ahead to still be able to do meta-analysis, because we couldn't do it in this one now. But we have gotten the hang of it. Our ref man, we have also gotten the hang of it, I think, well enough, so we can go ahead to continue with this to work on it.
Okay, so
everybody is eager. Yeah.
The group project supported your learning process.
Yeah, it does. It does.
All right, that is good. Let's get to group number 7. Who is presenting for group number 7? Raise your hand, please. Precious. So keep to your 10 minutes, group number 7, so that we can have time to discuss. The floor is yours, Precious.
Thank you. Yes, Prof, thank you for the opportunity. I want to say thank you. The group 7 members, ably led by our leader, Dr. Stella. Thank you for the impact this whole 1 week. We are grateful, sir. Our topic was effectiveness of oral contraceptive pills in the treatment of polycystic ovary syndrome in sub-Saharan Africa, a systematic review. We're going to discuss it based on this outline. The abstract, polycystic ovary syndrome is the most common endocrine disorder which is not fully understood. Multiple hormonal and metabolic factors influence disease pathophysiology, resulting in various phenotypic characteristics among the PCOS population. PCOS is fairly common, occurring in approximately 1 in 6 infertile Nigerian women, The aim of our study was to identify the effectiveness of oral contraceptive pills in the treatment of polycystic ovary syndrome in sub-Saharan Africa. And in doing this literature search, using PubMed was done, and relevant studies that met the inclusion criteria were screened and selected using a data extraction form. And out of a total of 222 non-duplicate articles that were identified and analyzed, 210 articles were excluded for several reasons. The full text of the remaining 12 articles were identified and further screened. However, none of the articles was finally selected for the review because they did not meet the selection criteria. I've concluded that there is no evidence of the effectiveness of oral contraceptive pills using a usage alone in the treatment of PCOS. There is therefore need for more studies, especially from Africa, to assess this phenomenon. We use some keywords: polycystic ovary syndrome, oral contraceptive pills. Polycystic ovary syndrome is the most common endocrine disorder. It affects 2 to 20% of women of childbearing age, that is 15 to 49. And it's fairly common, as we said earlier, occurring 1 in 16 fertile Nigerian women. The pathophysiology is not well understood, and different treatment options have been postulated and used. The aim of our systematic review was to identify the effectiveness of oral contraceptive pills in the treatment of PCOS in sub-Saharan Africa. Due to want of time, we couldn't develop
Precious, we don't hear you anymore.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, can hear you now.
All right, sir. I said we couldn't develop a protocol for this due to want of time, and our coordinator suggested we go ahead. So we did a search strategy using a PubMed, and we applied the Prisma framework approach to identify the available literatures. Now, in order to identify all available literature, no date limits were applied. The database was searched on the 26th of July, 2022. We looked at this concept, 5 concepts. The first concept was female. Second concept was polycystic ovary syndrome. The third was oral contraceptive. And then concept 4 was the effects. The concept 5 was Africa. The inclusion and exclusion criteria, applying the population intervention and the outcome framework. We included all cohort studies, case control studies, cross-sectional studies, but we excluded review, case series, and animal studies. The target population used were females in the reproductive age, 15 to 49 years, who has PCOS and who are using only oral contraceptive pills in the treatment of PCOS. All studies were independently screened by 3 of the researchers according to eligibility criteria. Disagreements in opinion about inclusion were discussed and resolved by consensus or arbitration by 4th investigator. We used the same approach for data extraction, reviewing full tests, and extracted related data for eligible studies. We satisfied the selection criteria. We attached the appendix for data extraction form. Now, looking at the flow charts, we have earlier said that we searched using a PubMed and we found 222 articles that met our inclusion criteria. However, when we screened, 210 were excluded. So left with 12 eligible articles. Further screening, when we got the full text of these articles, we could not include any of them. The reasons being that, like first one of them, the study was done in Asia, one was a review articles. Most of them joined not just oral contraceptive pills in the treatment of PCOS, but they use other methods. Like some of them, they were more interested in the fertility. So they used the oral contraceptive was not used in this case. And then some combined exercise, for instance, lifestyle modification in the treatment of PCOS. So we excluded all the studies. We couldn't get anyone that met our selection criteria. Now in the discussion, combined oral contraceptive pills are frequently used alone or in combination with metformin, which is an insulin sensitizer, and is used mainly when the patients with PCOS, we want their menses to return. In other words, it's an ovulation induction agent. And we noticed that most of these patients with PCOS present with different symptoms. It could be abnormal menstrual bleeding. It could also be symptoms related with hyperandrogenism, such as hirsutism, acne, and even endometriosis. We sought to evaluate the effectiveness of oral contraceptive in the treatment of PCOS. We did a detailed comprehensive search using a PubMed, and we got many articles. However, like we said earlier, we could not narrow down to any of them that met all what we are looking for. We got few articles that focus mainly on explaining the physiological mechanisms and rationale for the use of oral contraceptive pills. When we are looking at all this, a possible explanation could be that most of these women with polycystic ovary syndrome, most of the women with polycystic ovary syndrome were more concerned with fertility desires. That means they wanted to be pregnant. And like I said earlier, when they desire to be pregnant, you don't give them oral contraceptive pills. So this could contribute to most of them not using oral contraceptive pills. And therefore, we could not get most of these articles. Limitation of the study, maybe if we have done more search using other databases, we would have gotten more articles. We are just thinking, so if more databases were used for the search, this might have eliminated this challenge of no article to be included. In conclusion, we could say that there was no evidence of the effectiveness of oral contraceptive pills usage alone in the treatment of PCOS. And our recommendation is therefore a need for more studies, especially from Africa, to check for the effectiveness of oral contraceptive pills in the treatment of PCOS alone. These are references. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you. Group number 7. Responses. Group number 7, you frustrated our attention to your presentation because I think you were using mobile phone, so we couldn't even see those things, except those who have clear eyes like me that can see tiny things. Even at that, I had to stretch my eyes to the computer. So you frustrated us. You see, now you have finished. It's when you are showing us what you have presented. Well, we have forgiven you before you started showing this. Now let's hear from others. I have Ayobami who wants to speak, ask question.
Thank you for the presentation. I see that you made a conclusion from the study when you didn't actually do any statistical analysis or make any, I don't know how you made that inference, that there was no evidence. You are not finding a study in one certain one database doesn't mean there's no evidence. Actually, also, there were some things you said.
about maybe the usage, maybe that must have been maybe the understanding of that, the explanation you made that they don't use the OCP because they want to get pregnant. That's another reason. But that, like the presentation was, and you follow the format for presentation. But I feel you shouldn't have made a conclusion that you made that there's no evidence. So you couldn't speak out on it because you didn't do any analysis to know if there was any evidence or not.
All right, thank you. That was
and even in clinical practice, oral contraceptive pills has a role. In clinical practice, that's a role.
okay. So thank you
Yes,
very much, Ayobami. Yeah, Precious, I don't think.
Can I respond?
No,
Okay,
just
sir.
give me a minute. I think you don't. I wanted to pick up that point. The fact is that you didn't get any studies, so I think your conclusion should end on the fact that there was no study to address this topic. So you can conclude there is no, or there was no evidence that was going too far. So Ayobami was pulling you back where you're supposed to be. So you don't need to say so much about it. I think it always concerns how you draw your conclusion. So after you have taken the processes that are required, which you have done, then the conclusion needs to agree with that. Don't go beyond that. You know, scientists, many times we are always drawn to stretch our opinions. All right, so that is very important to note where you draw your conclusion. Anna, I don't know if you were actually reading the chat. Your colleagues are saying that you are making them hungry by what you are doing there. So I had to put off your video so that you don't make people to salivate so much. All right, so Stella, finally, you want to comment to your presentation, or are
yes,
you
I want to.
You want to
I
defend?
want to comment.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to comment, defend. I sincerely want to appreciate you, sir, Dr. Bright, for the opportunity given to us. And I also want to apologize to everybody for the small font of our presentation. I'm sure it was maybe because of anxiety that Dr. Precious could not adjust the slides so that people could actually follow. Then for the conclusion, we also apologize for reaching the conclusion. And the reason why we wrote it was because we did not see the effectiveness of OCP usage alone. That was what we said. Of course, it could be effective, but we didn't see the usage alone, but we apologize for it. We have learned from it. And I also want to say that the confidence we had in going forward with this study was because of the statement you made on the first day, that sometimes when you do your final screen, you may come out with zero review. And from that, you will now conclude that there's a need for more primary studies along such lines so that future systematic reviews can be done from the study. We sincerely want to thank you. Every member of the group has gained a lot from this process that we just concluded. Thank you.
All right, so you're planning taking this forward, group 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's see what happens when you then search other databases. I know many of you have indicated interest in the mentoring program. It would be good, those groups that have started, if you want to continue and finish your topic to make it a restudy, it would be good that we get that information, especially the first day you are we are meeting, so that we can group you together towards working out this project. All right, so group 7 has indicated that they have benefited from this group work. All right, on my list here, we have group number 3. Group number 7, you can stop sharing. Group number 3, who is presenting for group number 3? Just indicate. Okay, I have Aminu. All right, so you have 10 minutes, Aminu, to get through with this.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And good morning, everyone. This is group 3, and the title of our assignment is Effects of Interpersonal Counseling Programs on the Uptake of Cervical Cancer Screening Among Refugee Women in the Reproductive Age Group in Africa, a systematic review. So this is our research question.
Can you put it on presentation mode, Aminu? If you just click on the
okay,
right down there where you have your percentage, 96%, you can see that thing that looks like a cup there. Down on the right side of your screen. See, no, it looks like a cup, not that one. Before the 96%. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, just click that.
Okay.
Great.
Like a slide view.
Yeah, so this presentation mode.
So what is the effect of interpersonal counseling on of cervical cancer screening among refugee women in the reproductive group age in Africa? So this is PAO, we have exposure, we have participant and outcome. So our criteria is the systematic review, and we search PubMed database. The review is supposed to be registered in Prosperity, and the protocol is supposed to be developed and possibly published. So the studies that we look into are pre-post studies with no language restriction, published in journals, no gray literature were included. And the relevant studies were included. They assessed interpersonal counseling, education programs, cervical cancer screening, and reproductive age in Africa. And all articles were included from inception to 28th of July 2022. The data extraction and synthesis were conducted. We used customized forms. Screening was done in RAYAN, and we assessed. We did quality appraisal using critical appraisal skill program CAPS for interventional studies, and it was done by 2 independent reviewers, and a consensus was reached by an arbitrator. So these are our search terms that we use. We make sure that we exhausted as much as possible, mesh and some terms for us to get relevant studies included in the review. So this is our result. We got 73 articles from PubMed. We had no duplicates. We screened the 73 and we excluded 71. We assessed 2 for eligibility, in which 1 was excluded after reading the full text. And this was because the intervention they did was not counseling. And so only 1 study was included in the review. So this is the characteristics of the included study. It was published in BMC journal by Monchu et al. In 2017. The sample size 300. This is the age range. And the intervention was peer health education, 3 sessions per week for 3 months administered. These are the outcomes: uptake of cervical cancer screening, rates of perception for cervical cancer, and perception of benefits of early detection through screening. The results indicate that about 6.8% of the participants indicated their for cervical cancer screening. So we, based on the CAS, this is our risk of bias assessment, and the overall result was moderate. It's moderate risk. So because we have only 1 study, we don't have abundance of studies. So the synthesis was descriptive, and then based on the risk of bias assessment, the study that was assessed had moderate evidence, that health education is effective in enhancing the object of cervical cancer screening among women. I forgot to mention that when we included refugee women, we couldn't get any paper. So we decided to delete or remove the refugee and focus on just women from Africa. And the study that was excluded, that was included, was from Nigeria. The limitation of our review was that only one study was included and the sample size was very small. So based on our review and in view of the limited number of studies, we cannot conclude that counseling interventions are effective on enhancing uptake of cervical cancer screening. However, inclusion of more studies in the future may change the direction of evidence. The recommendations we have for this topic is that more databases should be searched. It's Google Scholar, as this topic is concerned with Africa, and most of the publications that are coming from Africa are not in PubMed index. The journals that the articles that are published in Africa are not usually on PubMed. So it's likely that when we search other databases, it's likely we get more studies that can be included in this review. And also we recommend that further studies because PubMed is a very well-known index database. So having just one article is indicating that studies on this topic are very, very limited. So thank you so much. This is the end of the presentation. And I want to say that all members were very collaborative and we had a very nice sessions and our experience was awesome. And we have learned a lot from this course. And we thank you, Prof, for guiding us. And we have interest and to see that in the future, we can go ahead with the topic and explore more.
All right. Thank you very much. Just to highlight before I forget, each group coordinator or those who replace the coordinators that were not present at the end of today, please send me the attendance list so that we can get your certificates ready as soon as possible. So let me give you the email where you should send it. I'll put it there. And please, anything that relates to this course we have done, send to this email here. Okay, yeah, I see some hands. I see Miriam, you want to bring up something for group number 3. Please go on. Miriam.
No, it's a presentation from our group.
Yeah, number 9. So number 9 is not yet time. I will call you.
All right, all right.
Okay, then I have Timothy. Timothy, you have something for group number 3.
Yes, Prof.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I noticed that, yes, I noticed that while Amin was presenting, he mentioned one limitation. He said sample size of the study was. I would just like some clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, yes, it also relates to the inclusion of just one study, because one study, no matter the sample size used, the sample size is generally small. So generally the sample size for the review is very small. And when we have more sample size, we can have more robust estimate of our data.
Okay, so that means the sample, we're talking about one study that was included, not the size, not the size of the sample in that one study. I just wanted to.
Yes, generally.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have Daniel.
Thank you, Prof, and then the presenter for a great attempt, a wonderful attempt at presentation. He said that there's extensive or comprehensive literature search was done. Meanwhile, it was only one database. I don't think he should have made that statement because that contradicted his statement later that only one database was searched. So it couldn't have been comprehensive and at the same time only one database. That's just what I want.
Thank you. That was
okay, because we
one.
were restricted only.
Yes, then you want to show us that you did you didn't do the comprehensive.
Yeah. But sir, I did not say comprehensive. Did I say?
All right.
Expensive.
Take note of that. Take note of that. Sometimes Stella was saying that Precious perhaps did not enlarge because of anxiety. So sometimes anxiety of the stage can make us say something that we didn't even think about. But just be aware of that. All right. Any other person? Yeah. So group 3 has indicated that this group work was a good experience for you to understand the material of the course. Great. Okay. So I am happy so far. So good so far in the work each group has done. So kudos to the groups that are presented. I think that was good. Okay, let's go to group number 5. Who is presenting for group number 5? All right, I have Ogochukwu. The floor is yours now, Ogochukwu.
Okay. Yes, can you hear me?
We hear you clearly.
Okay. Good morning, Prof. and able students. Prof, we're so happy and we are thankful for this course. Our group is group 5 and we are presenting a topic that is on impact of COVID-19 on education among students in higher education of learning in Africa, a systematic review. All group members participated in the study and it was a very wonderful experience. Our research question: what is the success rate of online education during COVID-19 pandemic? That's our research question. Inclusion and exclusion criteria. Our inclusion criteria were studies in English only were included, only primary research, studies conducted within the African continent as our question stated, our title stated, studies that capture students' views, studies conducted within higher education institutions, so secondary and primary excluded, then studies with the impact of COVID-19 and online learning. While our exclusion criteria were studies not in English, studies not in Africa, qualitative studies and review articles were excluded. So this is our concept for the database. We used PubMed only. These are concepts. We looked at impact of COVID-19. We looked at education of blended learning or e-learning, any of that. Then we looked at students or learners. And then we also looked at education, higher institutions or college or university. And we also looked at Africa as our concept. This is the data screening. So for data screening, initially when we keyed in concept into PubMed, we got 50 articles. Then the data was extracted from PubMed to Rayan. Then the 12 of us, the group members, we screened the data, the articles provided by PubMed. Then all titles that did not meet our inclusion criteria were removed. And we had 20 articles were removed at this point. Studies without full text were also removed. We had 5 articles at this point. Then abstract screening was done, and those that did not meet the inclusion criteria were removed. At this point, we also had 15 articles. Full text screening was performed and we removed mixed match articles. We had 4 articles at this point. Total articles included eventually were 8 articles. So this is our Prisma diagram showing the different articles that were excluded. For data extraction, so when the 6 articles we got, we took them to Excel and then extracted the data. We had a column for author, a column for year, study design. We couldn't get 2 studies did not mention the design, their study design. So that is why we have the 2 cells empty. We had a column on population, online perceived success, online perceived failure, and neutral. Those that were not here or there, they were tagged as neutral. So after that, we appraised the 2 we used. So we said the search strategy was developed by a group of 6 members and validated by a group of other 6 members. Each article was reviewed by 3 members and reached an agreement for inclusion. Where there was disagreement, 2 other independent members reviewed it and agreed on inclusion by consent. So we can say that our quality appraisal was manually done. Data analysis. We used RevMan for the data analysis, and then the meta-analysis model used was REMA, the random effects model. And we justify the use of random effects because we had considerable heterogeneity among studies based on contextual factors, logistic needs, and then student IT exposure. And so when we conducted the analysis using RevMan, this is our Forex plot. So from the Forex plot, we can see that our I-square value is 99%, which is very, very high, from 50 upwards. From the lecture we had is high heterogeneity. And then the chi-square value or chi-square test confirms the I-square value. And then looking at the graph, we see that we have high level of heterogeneity with the confidence limit of these 2 studies being very narrow and these ones very wide. And so from there, we looked at the forest plot interpretation, which I've just done, but there was a limitation we had, because if we go back to the forest plot, we were only able to work with 6 articles. And from our lecture with Prof, he said, if we have less than 10 articles, that we cannot proceed we cannot test the heterogeneity using subgroup analysis. So we couldn't do subgroup analysis to check the heterogeneity value we obtained in this study. So that's just one limitation we encountered. And from there, we can draw a conclusion. We can say that online education sets the gap created during COVID-19 pandemic. And then academic calendars for some schools, they were able to complete the academic calendars using online education. Then we also observed from our analysis that students were not too satisfied with the online intervention from the perceived failures that we had. And then we also looked at, we said that more training and logistics is needed to see that online education serves its purpose. So we recommend that further analysis, such as
It looks like you have a company, eh?
Yes, my little boy.
Yeah, just deal with that. So that's
okay.
Good.
So the limitations we drew out from this study is that one very important one I would like to point out is that we were stuck with just RevMan. Looking at the Excel. Sorry, I'll put it on for you. Looking at the RevMan, looking at the Excel, if you look at the population for the 2 of them, because we are stuck with just this. When you plot the forest, when you do the forest plot, remember that you have event, the total in the perceived success and failure is the same. So if we had explored other meta-analysis package and software packages, we will have maybe done better. Then the time frame for this work was also too short, so we found publications that would have required we consulted the authors to get raw data that we can convert and then do a good work. And then also, we could not, even though Prof, you said we shouldn't bother about protocol, but if we had developed a protocol, I want to believe we would have done a better study than we did. And so, Prof, we want to say for group 5, it was an eye-opening study. While we were doing this study, we were going back and forth asking questions. So for those of us that did not really get most of the things you taught in class, we were able to understand, asking questions, and then those that got it better, we explain. And so with this, we want to believe that we are better equipped to do studies and on systematic review and meta-analysis. We are so grateful. Thank you, Prof.
Great to hear that. Great to hear that. So my goal is achieved then. If in the end you are moving with this motivation. All right, let's see those who have questions or comments for group number 5. We'll have Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations for the group for the good presentation. Just one suggestion for the presentation for the quality appraisal. I think was done, but we should include the tool that was performed, the quality appraisal. Just suggestion to include the name. Thank you.
Great. That was a good one. So please, group number 3, take notes the name of the quality tool you have used to appraise your studies. All right, Stella.
Thank you very much, Gochuku and Group 5 for this beautiful presentation. I was actually on quality appraisal tool. I think they didn't use any tool because what she wrote here and she pasted was it was manually done. And from what we've been able to learn in this place, that there are different tools for the different types of studies that we have. And I also want the impression to be corrected that quality appraisal cannot be done and should not be done manually, but it should, the particular specific tool for specific study should be used. Thank you. Above all, I want to give kudos to them for this work that they have done. Thank you, Group 5.
Great. All right, I have Pius. Pius, are you commenting? Are you asking any question? All right, Pius is not responding. Group number 5, thank you. I think that was a good one. Many of you who were actually anxious from the beginning on Monday, I told you it would be a sweet Friday, and I hope that you have made yourself proud. The sleepless nights are not worthless with what you have done. This is a learning process, and I hope that as you dig deeper into it, the aspects that are not clear now will become clearer. Of course, doing this within a week, you can never normally do a systematic review within a week. And so there are limitations to what has been done. The goal is to get you started so that you can then have the confidence not to tell the story that, yes, I've attended a class, but I don't still know how to do it. Now you can start moving on with what you have done. All right. So we will go for our lunch break, and we'll come back at have passed the hour, whatever the hour is for you. But for GMT, it is half past 11, half past 11 GMT. All right, see you. We'll start immediately, and we'll be starting with group number. Let me see which group here now. We'll start with group number 2, then group number 1, and then we'll have group number 9 and 10. We'll take those in a row. All right, see you in half an hour. Have a good lunch. All right, so group number 2. Are you ready? Who is speaking for group number 2? Just raise your hand so that I let you speak. Group number 2, who is presenting? Which slide is being shown on the screen? Group number 9, are you ready? Who is okay? Edna. All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good afternoon and good morning, everyone.
Yes.
This is work by group 2, and those are group members. Our title is The Effect of Aerobic Exercise on the Body Mass Index of Adolescents with Obesity in Africa, a Systematic Review. Oh my. Sorry. So the question for our systematic review was, does aerobic exercise reduce BMI of adolescents with obesity in Africa? And our objective was to determine whether aerobic exercise in obesity adolescents leads to reduced BMI, or to identify the intervention effects. And our study design is a narrative systematic review. So the data source we use only PubMed engine for data access. And our inclusion and exclusion criteria, we included adolescents aged, sorry, I forgot to write the age there, but it's between 13 and 19. They are obese and aerobic exercise and in Africa. And we excluded children and that age category and adults, countries not in Africa, and articles where there was no intervention, exercise intervention, and review articles. So method of data selection, we had our concept, we identified the concept, and there were 5. Sorry for the other side is too crowded, but these were the strategy, the search strategy we had. And so we used mesh synonyms were identified, and for each concept, then we built the strategy. We had 205 studies, and we imported the studies in Ryan, and screening was done, and we imported it to the Mendeley and CSV files. Then after title and abstract screening, 12 studies were included, and after full text screening, 7 were removed, and because 2 were systematic review and 2 did not meet our criteria. This is part of RAN, what we're doing in RAN when we exported it in the RAN. And the quality assessment was done by the Effective Public Health Practice Project Quality Assessment Tool. And these are the results we got. So you might not see it clearly, but these were the 5 papers we included. And we put the study ID year of publication, population, region, and then at the end we have the conclusion, the measurement tools they used, and the outcome. But then we had the limitation that there are few studies on that topic, and we used only one database, and we had no time to develop a protocol. So in this pooled analysis of individual data, we add aggregates from one randomized control trial and 2 cross-sectional studies, and conducted in Africa. And in those 2, we found that physical activities had positive effects on the weight of the adolescents. And however, BMI could not be used as a measure of overweight, but as an indicator of our muscle mass. And we concluded that our research showed that aerobic exercise has a positive effect on obesity. And thank you for your attention, and thanks to ASFI for the course and for all you're doing for us. Thank you.
All right. Any feedback to group number 2? All right, Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, group number 2, for a good presentation. For me, I have some suggestions and one question regarding the research questions. It's difficult for me to understand what is the PICO or PEO and your research question. If you clarify for me, it could be better. The second one is the suggestion that I made that it's better to use the flow information chart from Prisma for identification, screening, eligibility in the included study. And another suggestion to include in the presentations is the result of the quality appraisement. Quality appraisement results should be included in presentation. Just my comments and one question, one clarification. Thank you. Over to you, Bright.
Thank you, Hamilton. Edna, do you want to respond?
Okay, thank you, Hamilton, for the good suggestion and the question. And for our question, we had we have the population, and which is the adolescents with obesity, and aerobic exercise was an intervention. And we do not have a control in our study. We did not put a control in our title. We have the population intervention, and the outcome was the reduced BMI. And for the quality, we had included it. Sorry, I didn't say we had included it. We had summarized it in our results. You can see it's written here, quality, and we had moderate for the first paper, and for the second was moderate, but we had a weak quality for the third, and moderate for the remaining 2. So we did not include the chart. Maybe we'll do it next time. We'll include the quality chart for one paper. Thank you.
All right. Hamilton, are you happy with that? Okay. All right. Let's see Aminu.
Yes, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My own is just observation. In this table, characteristics of the studies, I think type of intervention should be also included, because there are different types of aerobics, and I think each type may have specific effects. We have things like treadmill walk, cycling, stepping, swimming, and so on. And I think that area is also important for maybe studies to look at, to see the different types of aerobics intervention on the impact of on obesity or BMI among. Thank you.
All right. So some suggestions for you, Edna, and group number 2. All right. Have Pius here.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Please, I wanted to ask a question for the other group before my network tripped off and I couldn't ask the question. So I noticed that they wrote in their PowerPoint that they used REMA because the I-squared was greater than 50%. So I know that's what is written in some places online, but I was thinking you addressed the issue that we should not use I-squared as a basis of using REMA or FEMA. So I hope you can help us address that issue again.
Yeah, I've addressed that. I've addressed that over and over again. You don't use the I-squared to decide on using REMA or FEMA. Don't do that at all. And we have made an agreement, isn't it, of
yes, sir.
The way to go on this. So please stick to it. Don't go and read something on the literature, then you begin to imitate that. You know better now.
Okay, sir. Then finally, sir, please just help me explain, because I didn't get it when you said it. It's not yet clear to me. The issue of 10 studies, the 10 study limit in systematic reviews.
I never said that.
No, I know it's not a limit. There's something you said about it, but I want to get it clear in my mind. So that
yeah, so what I'm saying is that when you want to explore potential heterogeneity in your studies, when you want to do subgroup analysis, when you want to do publication bias, when you want to do sensitivity analysis, when you want to do those post-analysis that it is sensitive to the number of studies. So if you have less than 10 studies, then those models do not perform very well. Okay.
Okay, sir. Then finally, sir, for example, one may have 10 studies for systematic reviews, but one will discover that, let's say, only 5 were used for meta-analysis. Can you please explain that?
Yeah, of course. It's not necessary that the number of studies you include in systematic review will end up in the meta-analysis. Okay, so it's always in many cases that less number of studies end up in the meta-analysis than you included in the systematic review. Okay, so Pius, let's focus on the presentations now, and if questions in that direction, otherwise people will start raising their hands and they will be distracted from the core things at hand. All right, Francis, finally, you have something to say to group 2.
Okay, I really don't have something to say. I'm okay with the conversation so far. I just want to tell you that group 8 is ready for presentation, so that you have us in mind. And
I have you in mind. I have your mind.
Our PowerPoints.
I got that. I have your mind. When the time comes, you'll be called up. Okay, don't worry.
Okay, Prof, a request. Please, you help us to project our work, because
I have it. I got your information.
Thank you very much, Prof.
All right, Edna and group 2. How did this project help you in understanding the material for this course?
Generally, we've gained a lot of new knowledge. Some of us in the group were reviewers, but we had never done this, and we had never seen it. And so it was really a good learning. And when some of the things we did not get in class, but in the group, when we're discussing the group, somehow we caught up with others, what we did not get in class. So we're grateful for that and for the material as well. Thank you.
All right, so what is the plan going forward for your group with regards to this project?
Group members, please assist. Are we taking it forward? We're thinking because obesity is rising in that age group, we want to take it forward and see how we are in Africa.
You want to take it forward?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's see how that goes with you. All right, then I have group number 1 to present. Let me know who is presenting for group number 1. Is group number 1 here? Okay, group number 9. All right, Miriam.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Let me try and share my screen. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting on behalf of group number 9, and our topic is households' willingness to pay for health insurance.
Can you put it on the presentation mode, please?
All right. Is it fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. Household willingness to pay for health insurance. A systematic review and meta-analysis. Our PICO framework, we could not put up the protocol because of time. Our PICO framework, P was the household, I, health insurance, C, outcome of pocket payment, and our outcome willingness to pay. The concepts, we developed our concepts, the health insurance, the willingness to pay, and the third concept to be the household. And we're only able to use the PubMed because of time. And most of our group members were having issues with internet, including myself yesterday. Our inclusion criteria, we used inclusion and exclusion criteria decisions. When we're checking the title, we were able to include 11 studies, and we were able to, we excluded 35 papers. Then one was undecided. Then we went further to also include and exclude using the abstract. When we're doing this, we excluded one more study from the included study we previously showed, and our excluded was 36, while our included was 10. Then we now started with Ryan. We were able to develop this from Ryan to show the number of the charts. This chart is showing the number of papers that was excluded and those that was included and the one that was undecided. Then we went also to our literature. We went to put our literature into Ryan, and when we got to Ryan, we were able to download the PDF version of some of these studies, the studies that we included. We were able to download it and we went through it to bring out our information. But unfortunately, because of time and network issue, we could not really go far. So we inputted our data manually in Excel. The papers were shared among the group members to analyze, and we were inputting the data into the Excel manually. The willingness to pay binary, 0 was for those that were not willing to pay, and 1 for those that were willing to pay. So from this paper, we're only able to analyze 3 papers because of time. And the willingness to pay amount, the age, the income, the education category, like those, most of the study, most of people paying were educated, and also the gender, we chose 1 for male and 0 for female, and most of them were male, and the household size and the sample size, then the study, either it was developed country or underdeveloped country. For the developed country, we gave it 1, underdeveloped country, we gave it 2. As you can see that in these 3 studies that we're only able to analyze, 1 was done in Mongolia, 1 in Portugal, and 1 in Bangladesh. So the study is still ongoing. We will keep working on it before we can make our conclusion, because we don't really, most of us, the network was not really good on our side, so we cannot yet make a conclusion, and our study has not really gone far. We have not really finished, but it's quite interesting and we all enjoy it. We are all, let's say we are enjoying it, and we still wish to continue to the end and make a conclusive conclusion. Thank you for listening.
Okay, group number 9. Yeah, I see some hands. Let's have John Chuma.
Thank you very much, Prof. and the presenter and the group for the good work done. However, I have a couple of questions. First, regarding your eco definition. I think clarity is needed from there. You've talked about P for the household as population, I insurance, out-of-pocket payment. But in your analysis, we didn't really hear you bring out the how you compared the intervention and the comparative group. Probably you were supposed to use a PEO, not a PICO. Secondly, on the selection, you presented your chart, and there is the item of maybe. How many people did the selection? And if so, if 1 or 2 or more, if so, was there an arbitrator who could not decide on the 1 article that you have maybe? And then thirdly, on the table of the selected studies, there is the issue of age. Was it just static, 30, 35, 40, or there was an age range? So probably these are the areas I think we need to provide more clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For this age, we actually chose the average age because they were actually in ranges. Yeah, so we chose the average range for the study. Then for this that was maybe later on, we eventually excluded this paper. And as I said, most of the group members were having difficulties with network. So not everybody were able to analyze the paper, although some 1 or 2 papers have been ascribed to each member of the group, which we are still working on.
So group 9, every member of your group had a network storm.
No, not everyone, most people yesterday. So yesterday, because we actually did the study yesterday. And today we were inputting the data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. Congrats for the team, for the group number 9, for a good work. Just 1 question. I know that they have issues regarding and try to analyze, but according to the papers that I included, I would like to know which quality appraisal or which tools the team expect to use according the papers that had included in the presentation. Over to you, right?
Yeah, to include the papers, the first thing we did was to include and exclude by the abstract, going through the abstract. Then after that, we also include and exclude by the title of the papers. So we are also meant to include and exclude looking at the full text of the paper. Yes, but we are still on that because everyone needs to bring his or her conclusion from the papers they have been assigned to.
Okay, Hamilton, are you satisfied?
Not yet. I was not asking about the way, but according the list that you have right now for the first, and I saw that you have 10 included the papers, and then we expect to extract for this data. And theoretically, do you think that your group thinks that which tools are going to use for, or are going to use CASP or someone, Pedro's, or other ones that other tool? Over to you.
Should I say, or maybe I don't really understand your question. If I may say this, when we were including, the first thing we did was to look at the title. So we included some papers, 11, and we excluded 35. Furthermore, when we were going through the abstract, we decided to exclude one that was included. So our included became 10 and excluded became 36. I don't know if I'm clear with your question.
Hamilton, are you there? Okay, let me see, Daniel.
It's still a follow-up. I think Hamilton was asking after quality assessment tool that was used in selecting the paper. That's that aspect of the question. The other one is, he said that they did average, mean weight, mean age of the people, but there is no standard deviation. I'm aware that when you have a mean, you should have a standard deviation. If it's mean age, there should be a standard deviation. Thank you.
Okay, are you trying to say that we should, okay, so that means in this age, the number we are presenting should be SD standard deviation. Yeah, the age, we need to include our standard deviation, right?
Yes.
All right, okay.
I'm done.
All right, then Francis.
Okay, thank you, Prof. and the presenter. I just want a quick summary of how you modify this data extraction file or the Excel with your group.
Yeah, it was actually, I said it earlier on, it was manually imputed. So each different people with different study paper, manuscripts to read and extract out the data. Then another person was entering this data on the Excel sheet.
All right, thank you.
So we agreed on this title. Then we were, from each person with each paper, we were extracting the data and we're inputting it here manually.
All right, thank you.
All right, Stella.
Thank you to the presenter. I just need clarification. When she was showing us the Ryan slide, I just want to clarify in the selection of the articles and abstracts, because the impression I'm having is that each person went ahead to search Ryan for the articles and abstracts to know the one to include or exclude. I want to find out.
No, that is not correct. No.
Okay, that's why I said I needed clarification.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I wanted to find out, did you ask for, send it for collaborators before you now remove the blind to know the ones to include, exclude? I just want to find that out. Thank you.
All right. When we're using PubMed with our searches, as you can see the searches and the results of our searches. So this is the final one we eventually used, this 47. This is the final one we used. So after getting these, we now took our data from PubMed to Ryan.
Yeah.
So it was in Ryan, we now included and excluded. So when we went to Ryan, the coordinator invited others.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
he invited others. So after inviting others, so some included and excluded. So we now came back together as a group. The coordinator now put it together before we arrived at this conclusion.
Final, no, I understand it now. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then I have Aminu.
Yes, thank you, Mariam, for your presentation. I'm not clear how you did your screening of articles in Ryan. You said you did not check for the abstract. Was it the title of the papers that you just look at to screen the papers?
No, at first we use the title, then later we use the abstract. So we are actually meant to use, for the third time, we are meant to also use the full text that we have not concluded. But now, first time we use the abstract, the title, we included, we excluded, then the second step, we use the abstract.
I think what it should be done is you look at the title and then you look at the abstract. When you get the title, you see the abstract. You go through the abstract because title sometimes may be misleading. You may not get the correct, yes.
Yeah,
so
that
you
was
look at
why,
the abstract.
can you see the number, after looking at the abstract, can you see the included be dropped by 1?
Okay.
Yes,
so
can
you
you see?
so
Looking
you
at the
also
title.
look at the abstract while
Yes, looking at the title, we included 11. Now, when we started looking at the abstract, it's dropped to 10.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so group number 9, as you can see now, we had many comments for you. So it means that the internet storm you got didn't only affect what you were doing, it affected a lot of things. Going forward, how do you plan? Do you want to continue on this work?
Yes, the whole group has decided to continue and fix fix all what is necessary to be fixed and to make a concise study.
Because as you can see, the topic of you have presented here is very important. So after this course, I think you need to really work to get it out.
Yes.
The other thing is that I don't know whether your focus is in Africa or globally. I'm not sure because your title seems to indicate that.
Actually, our title was to include the whole of Africa, but we're thinking that including the whole of Africa might be too large. So maybe eventually we might have to streamline to probably maybe a part of Africa.
What the searches you did, was it only for Africa?
Yes, we did for Africa.
Yeah, I don't think Africa will be too large. I was wondering whether in the world. So if it is just in Africa, then your title should reflect that.
Africa, all right.
Okay, despite the internet storm you had, how did this project help you in your group to follow up with the material from this course?
Actually, the training is very interesting and it's really helped a lot of us because some of us in the group, this will be our first time of doing a systematic review. And from what everyone in the group has said, we are all, myself and others, are so much eager to be part of this training and to work hands-on on this topic, at least for a training and for one to get the actual tool for a systematic review and meta-analysis. It's quite interesting, and we hope to continue after this training.
All right. Okay, let's go to group number 10, if group number 10 is ready. Are you ready? Group number 10, are you ready? Okay. Pius, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Let me project my screen. Okay. So can my screen be seen clearly? Hello?
We hear you and we see your
Okay.
screen. Go ahead.
Okay, for group 10, I'll be presenting prevalence and factors associated with COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy among healthcare workers in sub-Saharan Africa, a systematic review. So I'll be presenting based on this outline. So as a way of introducing the topic, vaccines are safe biological preparation used to prevent infectious diseases. And COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy is defined as delay in acceptance and refusal of the vaccine despite availability. And it's of great public health importance, especially when healthcare workers are involved, because it partly determines the extent to which healthcare workers, and by extension, the general population, are exposed to the disease. So consequently, there is a need to understand this topic. And the rationale for this is that COVID-19 is highly infectious, and healthcare workers come in contact with patients at facility and community levels. Healthcare workers administer the vaccine, and they're also involved in advocacy. So if they are hesitant, it will also influence the general population. So our research question is, what is the prevalence and what are the factors associated with COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy among healthcare workers in sub-Saharan Africa? And our objectives include to determine the prevalence of COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy and to determine factors associated with it among healthcare workers in the continent. So we developed our research question using the PEO framework. That is, the population was healthcare workers in sub-Saharan Africa. The exposure was COVID-19 vaccine, and the outcome was COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy. This work was based on the Prisma framework, and we had 5 concepts. We obtained mesh terms from PubMed. 20 articles were identified. We excluded 14, and we reviewed 6. Ryan was used for this data extraction, and Open Meta-Analyst was used for meta-analysis. So we found out that the major drivers, the major reasons for vaccine hesitancy include, among the healthcare workers, include lack of consistent information and inadequate evidence about COVID-19 vaccine safety, efficacy, and quality. The healthcare workers also had anxieties and fears regarding safety of the vaccine. There was also fear of injections. There was also the stigma associated with the disease. It was also found that healthcare workers aged less than or equal to 60 was a driver of vaccine hesitancy. There was also lack of belief in the benefits of the vaccine and lack of trust in the government. So using the random effects model, we obtained a pooled COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy rate of 50.3%, which was statistically significant, and there was significant heterogeneity, almost 100%. And sensitivity analysis was performed, after which we found out the individual studies still has significant impacts on the overall results. So this is our forest plot. And these are the weights of the individual studies. This is the forest plot for the sensitivity analysis. We showed that there are still, and the studies were still significantly involved in the review. So as a way of discussing, half of the healthcare workers in sub-Saharan Africa were hesitant in taking the COVID-19 vaccine, which has negative implications for prevention and control of this disease among the healthcare workers themselves and the general population at large. And common factors were found to be associated with vaccine hesitancy across the healthcare workers in the subcontinent. And the strength of our study is that multiple researchers were involved, up to 14 of us. REMA was employed. Sensitivity analysis was carried out. However, I should interpret with caution because the number of studies reviewed were less than 10. So the limitations of our studies are we searched only PubMed and located 6 studies. We did not use the accepted tool to assess the quality of the studies. We did not carry out subgroup analysis by subcontinental regions, and only English articles were used. As a result, some relevant articles may have been missed. So our recommendation is that health promotion and education efforts should be directed towards healthcare workers in order to reduce vaccine hesitance. And the reluctance of healthcare workers to be vaccinated, it serves to discourage the general public. So the drivers to this vaccine hesitancy should be addressed as soon as possible in the subcontinent. Sorry, I was trying to type this before time went out. Because this topic, as we discussed with Prof, is being worked on already, we are thinking of doing something on assessing the factors associated with success among PhD candidates globally. So that's what we are thinking of. We'll pass it through Prof to help us screen it better. So these are the group members. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Comments? Okay. Mwada?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to ask about the control groups. I mean, the healthcare workers compared with what? The second question, I want from you to discuss more about forest plot, if you could. And thank you in advance.
Okay. So we can see that we do not have any control group because we used cross-sectional studies. We could have compared it with the general population, but we decided to go this particular way. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it. As the researcher, we reserve the right to choose our scope. So we chose to focus on healthcare workers.
Mwada, are you happy?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, Pius, the last statement you made,
Yes,
I didn't accept that.
Okay. Okay. About the scope.
Yeah, of course. The question she was asking is very pertinent, and I think that is a basic question that will come to the mind of somebody. Health workers compared to who?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that vaccine hesitancy is high among health workers? What is your reference to determine high or low? Okay, I'm not sure how the studies have been done in this area, but it's a basic question. I think it's something your group needs to think about.
Okay, so but from your advice, going on to do a comparison, will it still be valid since a group is already working on this?
No. What I'm saying is that we are discussing some of the issues you need to consider, and this may also pertain to somebody who is working on, because if you're looking at vaccine hesitancy amongst health workers, are you looking at different professionals in the health force, or you're looking at the health workers compared to the general population? You understand?
Yes, that was our original topic actually. But I was also one of the persons that said, well, since as at the time we started this topic, we are not standing properly on our legs. So we did not want something that would confuse us. So we
All right.
agreed that this was a learning process.
So yeah, now you are not just standing on your leg, you have shoes you're wearing to stand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Moada also asked about your forest plot because you gave the results of your meta-analysis, but you didn't show the forest plots.
I didn't show.
All right. Okay, go to your results. Go to your result. This one says Steve analysis, but go to your results section. Aha. Here you have 50%, and then you also presented a confidence interval in proportion. So usually you shouldn't combine those two. If you're presenting the result in percentages, you present percentages throughout. You're presenting as a proportion, you present as proportion.
Proportion. Okay.
Yeah. So you can see that your point estimate is 50.3%. But your 95% confidence interval, you use proportion in the confidence interval.
Yes,
so you should use the
Thank you, sir.
percentage. Okay. Then I have Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Congratulations for the group. And then I have one question, clarification about justification to go through to the meta-analysis. I would like to understand more why the group decided to go to the meta-analysis. And the one suggestion is to add in the presentation the table characteristics for the stats, also the result for quality appraisal.
Sorry, I didn't get the second part of your question. You said something about quality appraisal.
Hamilton, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
So clarify what is asking.
I didn't get the second part of your question.
No, the second part, yeah, second part was suggestion to include in the presentation, because I think that the team is going to continue with this topic. It's very important, is to present the data characteristics, the table that we have the data there, also the quality appraisal table.
We did not, I mentioned it as a limitation that we did not carry out quality assessment. We didn't have the time to use the tool. So that's our limitation. I said we did not carry out quality assessment or appraisal of the individual articles. I mentioned it in the
So how did you go to do meta-analysis then?
Yeah, just the question.
Yes, because you know, it's a learning process. We didn't because we needed to have used the tool you showed us, but we didn't have the time to use it. But we went ahead and carried it out as part of our learning process.
Okay, so just for you to know that you should engage the quality appraiser before going to the meta-analysis. Okay. Yes, if not, what you do with the meta-analysis doesn't have any impact or interpretation if we don't know the quality of those studies. So that is why when I started, I was saying, close your eyes to the result and know what the quality is.
Okay.
All right. Who is next in the line? I have John Juma.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Pius and the group, for this catching presentation. COVID is a catching topic, and vaccine hesitancy is something that worries even healthcare workers. I have two questions for you, but since Prof has already spoken about the unit of reporting, I will not go back to that, but just to remind us that there is a file in the Google Drive on the unit of reporting. So I'll ask this general question to you, Pius, on your group. If health workers are having this issue of reluctance, hesitancy to use COVID vaccine, and one of your recommendations is that health promotion should be carried out. So who do you think is going to carry out this health promotion to sensitize the healthcare workers? Thank you.
Is Pius still there?
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, the healthcare workers themselves will do it. The health authorities will organize through the different fora. All healthcare workers, they have associations, they have groups, they work in institutions. So the institutional heads, the head of associations, ministries of health, they work together to carry out health promotion and health education interventions to the healthcare workers. And it's quite important. Anyway.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the last part of my question was that you talked about there were so many drivers to this. Okay, thank you. I think that is okay then. I didn't pick that one up. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Pius, it was quite interesting, the question John was asking, because when the blind lead the blind, then there is problem, isn't it? That's so true. If health workers are running away from the vaccine, then who vaccinate the population? All right. Well, not for you to respond. You just point out to think about. Francis, quickly, let's see what we can do to get through to the next group.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for another opportunity. Mr. Pius, I appreciate the level to which you apply the tools we just learned in executing your project. Now, you use this article, and in your presentation, you did mention that you did not carry out subgroup analysis. I just want to know the rationale behind that briefly.
Okay, thank you. If I would have done subgroup analysis, I would have done it based on the different regions of the subcontinent: West, East, Central, South, and Africa. But you see, we have only 6 studies which do not cut across. And if you also check the number of studies, there are less than 10. So anything we do will be suspect, and we need to be interpreted with caution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think I'm satisfied if Prof is cool with that.
Okay.
All right. I have Daniel. Quick.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. I'm worried about the title of the study is actually prevalence. That's mere descriptive study. It's just because reaction to what the questions some other people had asked. Will there have been any need really for a comparative group? It was just meta-analysis on a descriptive study, on descriptive studies. But we don't know. Then the other thing I want to is, can he just really interpret for us that forest plot? What's actually on the left, what is on the right, what is, I thought it would have been labeled to show, I don't know.
Okay, so with regards to the issue of comparison, I think we all agree that if you're actually interpreting anything, it should have a particular, there should be a reference point. So the reason we are worried about healthcare workers is because of the general population. Are the ones that can encourage or discourage the general population. So if they are not taken, why should the general population believe the information they are hearing on the radio and television? So we need to actually compare and get that information.
So the point of comparison is at the point of interpretation of what your estimate may mean. Yeah, but he asked for you to interpret what the forest plot means, what is on the left, what is on the right.
Okay, so it's the confidence intervals and the estimates of the vaccine, which we see, for example, this is 0.298, and actually 29.8% of healthcare workers in this study conducted by Kitonsa in 2021 were vaccine hesitant or reluctant to take their vaccine. So if we look at the plot from here, it should be around almost 0.3. That's like 30%. So if you trace it up, you find that this is where this confidence interval is, and it's between 0.263 to 0.33. And we know that for interpretation of confidence intervals, it depends on whether it's a ratio or whether it's a difference. For ratio variables, when it crosses 1, then it means the confidence interval is not statistically significant. Then for difference variables like risk difference, when the interval has 0 in it, then it is not statistically significant. So even if we don't have the p-values, we can still interpret the confidence interval. So this just shows the using this cutoff of around 0.5 approximately. So also find this, like this is Shefiri 0.976. So this is where it is with the confidence interval and the estimate of vaccine hesitance. So, and since it's scattered across, visually speaking now, it's scattered across the boundary here, it shows that there is much heterogeneity in this study.
All right, I think we'll have to move on to another group. Thank you, group number 10. Let's go to group number 8.
Thank you, sir.
Who is presenting for group number 8? Victor, eh? Victor, are you presenting for group number 8?
No, number 6, group number 6.
Number 6, okay. So who is presenting for group number 8? Nada.
Good afternoon and good evening, Professor.
Good afternoon.
So it's me, Nada Hashim, presenting for group number 8. Good afternoon for all the workshop members. Our topic title is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic lockdown on the mental health and social well-being of adolescents. It is a systematic review. The COVID-19 pandemic means that many of us are staying at home and doing less in terms of social interaction and exercise. This can have a negative effect on your physical and mental health. The lockdowns associated with COVID-19 pandemic has been called a crisis in mental health, and adolescents may have been among the most affected. So this paper or this presentation is aimed at systematically and narratively sensitizing, reviewing various articles to mental health and social well-being aspects of adolescents impacted by COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. The question formulation or our question is, how did COVID-19 pandemic lockdown affect the mental health and social well-being of the adolescents globally? We conducted a review and collected articles and advisories on mental health aspects of adolescents during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we selected articles and thematically organized them. So for literature search, the database that was used is PubMed, and the use of plain operators was and or were used to formulate questions and retrieve articles. Our keywords were COVID-19 pandemic, lockdown, coronavirus, mental health, social well-being, stress, depression, anxiety, and SARS-CoV-19, the COVID-2, aggression, frustration, insecurity, curfew, mental development, welfare, and shutdown. All of these are synonyms after we segmented our title, and we found that these are synonyms for each of these segments. So the PO for the study, participant adolescents, exposure COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, and our outcome were mental health and social well-being illnesses. The literature search at first, after our search engine was done by all the group member, we found that there are 20 journal articles that retrieved from PubMed. And the selection by journal title and abstract using Rayan gave us like 7 literature presented below. So these are the retrieved article after selection done or after we choose it by Rayan, by the group members. After that, we each of us or each two of us independently went through the article, and the problem was that the article that we retrieved were like cross-sectional studies, and we failed to send it to RevMan because RevMan does not accept cross-sectional study. So upon the advice of Professor Bright, he asked to do it narratively, sensitizing the systematic review, and this was what happened. And by the end, the description of the data in systematic review was like this. We put all of our data in Excel sheet, and the Excel sheet was comprised was the ID of the study, the number of the year of the study, and the data and the design of the study, and the population and the age of each of the participants or the whole participant, the mean and standard deviation. And we found that they were like the gender were mostly in all of the study were boy and girls, and the mean of the age, the range age of was from 12 to 17 years old, which is the age of the adolescents. And the outcome of the lockdown generally due to pandemic, most of the study concluded that there is decrease in the score of there is increase in the score of the depression and anxiety and mental healthness in most of the adolescents, and all of the studies that's conducted among them to detect if there is any effect on their social well-being and their mental health. So the recommendation from this after this article is we should continue for further search in other search engines, number 1, and number 2, we have to find something that to unify the parameters in order to be able to put all of them in one category, because most of the study we do not find any sharing between the study in the management in the measurements of anxiety and in the depression and in the mental illness. So we have to consult psychiatrician or something like that in order to see how we can put all of these parameters in one line in order to do systematic review in a proper way. Thank you very much.
All right, Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you for the group for presentation. suggestions, I think are the same that previous gave, because it's very important to present the quality appraisal, and then my suggestion is to be presented also the flow chart of the decisions, that flow chart of information through the different phases of systematic review should be presented to be more easy, because it makes sure that when we are the process of learning, we are going to Prisma, and the statements are there, and then give some direction.
Okay.
Just comments, in general comments, over to you, Brian.
Yeah, that is an important comment you have made. Nada, please take note of those.
Yes.
We didn't get your quality appraisal, and then the flow chart. Please, to report a systematic review, use the Prisma guidelines, and there one of the first things you will see is the use of the Prisma flowchart to report how you have gone through with your identification and screening of your studies.
Okay.
All right. Inas.
Hello, thank you for this nice presentation. I just noticed that you mentioned that you used PubMed at first, and then you said you used also, you searched also the gray literature.
No, it's not. It is not only the PubMed. Even the gray literature they did not include in this search.
Yeah, just because it was written, so I thought just to highlight that the gray literature is not in PubMed. You won't find it. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
All right. Any other question? So group number 8, it looks like you're still on the way. You have not finished yet, isn't it?
Yeah.
So do you plan to take this forward?
Yeah, this is a recommendation of the group, and I think it is better to take it forward. But after as I told you, that we have to do agreement for the parameters that should be used for anxiety and in mental depression, because the parameters are different in each study. So we cannot handle it separately. We have to consult somebody because we are not expert in psychiatric problems.
Yeah, so you see what you have done so far, group number 8, it's more or less what you do when you do a scoping review, okay? Because the scoping review will help you to survey that topic and see what is being done. And you have gotten some interesting findings there. One is that they have used cross-sectional studies. And you know, when you are trying to look at the association, association is an inference you make towards causation. So cross-sectional studies, we fail to do that because it is possible, and the cross-sectional studies are studies that the exposure and the outcome, we do not know which one has come first, you know, because we measure them at the same time. So it is possible that those that have been said maybe had an increase in mental health disorders as a result of COVID. It is possible that they actually had it before COVID, and perhaps COVID exacerbated their condition. So it is possible that, but we don't know. So cross-sectional studies, so one of the things you have found here is that cross-sectional studies are the only studies that have been used to study. Perhaps it's better to use a study that has measured mental health before COVID, and after COVID has come, they can measure it again. That is one thing here. And the second thing is that you have found that there are various definitions and outcomes that have been assessed. How do you perhaps make a kind of composite outcome? And it gives you an idea what is happening in the field. And it is good that you may want to consult somebody who is an expert in this area.
Yeah.
All right. So what you have done so far, how did you help you to grasp the materials of this course? Was this project useful for you to understand what was happening?
Yeah, for me, and it's very useful in all aspects, from the start, from getting new knowledge, and even to get the courage to have thinking about doing systematic review, and even the information that's given for meta-analysis. And unfortunately, our study failed to analyze by meta-analysis, but the information was very good, and the group work is like amazing because it's really a group work. We all of us contribute in all of the material, in thinking and in writing. So it's for me, it's amazing experience, and under the advising of you, Professor Bright, is really for us something which is we cannot describe it from the excellence and from the beautiness of it.
All right. So Nada is saying that what they did was really group work. So there was high cooperation in your group. Tosan, do you want to add something to that?
Yes, sir. I want to actually ask a question. Concerning what you just said about cross-sectional study, I noticed that from two of the papers we reviewed, some of them did a kind of pre-COVID analysis. What they did was that they had previous databases of adolescents that have filled the form for anxiety and depression in 2018, 2019. So they decided that during COVID, to recruit those adolescents again for study of anxiety and depression. You know? So I want to add, in that kind of study, how do we go about it? Where you have they had data before, but I don't know if it was published. But during COVID, they now decided to send emails to the parents of those adolescents they had used before for their pre-COVID experiment or during COVID experiments.
Okay, so let's do this quickly. It means then that it was your labeling that made, because what you have labeled there is cross-sectional. So what you're telling me now is that some studies had pre-COVID data they have collected, and then they collected another data during COVID. So that would not be a cross-sectional study. That would be some we call it pre and post, some may call it longitudinal, some may call it, depending on how they do it, a cohort study. So that will not equate to a cross-sectional study.
But
right.
Professor,
Yeah.
by the end from this study also that mentioned by Sir Tosan, also there is no causality or no definite conclusion that what was happening during COVID. It's just like numbers that at the beginning there is a score, and by the end of COVID or during COVID there is another score. But to determine that there is a problem and there is something which is this is the reason of this anxiety and stresses is COVID, we have to do causality relation by cross-sectional study or cohort study, as I assume this.
Well, so the issue is beyond what they have done inside the study. It is important to label the studies properly, which design they are. So then you can, of course, critique what they have done if you have done it well. All right, I will give 7 minutes. Let's stretch our legs and then we'll return again. And when we return, we are going to listen to group number 11, followed by 12, comes for 1, and then 6 finally. All right, so 7 minutes, we start again. All right, let's go on. Group number 11, please. Who is presenting? Group number 11, who is presenting? Is somebody hearing me? Group number 11, who is presenting for you? Group number 12, who is presenting? Ahmad, you can unmute.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Actually, my colleague, Dr. Bilipe, will be presenting the presentation. I will be sharing my screen for the presentation. So I think Dr. Bilipe will be here to present. Yes, he is here, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Ahmad. Thank you, Prof. So Ahmad, you can share the presentation and I will proceed.
Okay.
Ahmad?
Yes, I'm sharing now.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much once again. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, Prof. This is on behalf of group number 12. I'm presenting our production, our work. So the title of our work is COVID-19 Pandemic and Quality of University Education in Africa, a systematic review. We know that the first case of COVID-19 was in December 2019, and in Africa, in Egypt, we have it in February 2020, and now in March, I think 2020, it has become a pandemic. So we have it in Africa and everywhere in the world. So we want to know what are the effects of COVID-19 on university education system in Africa. We analyze it with PICO, and the participants are universities in Africa. We have the exposure COVID-19 pandemic, and the outcome was the quality of university education. So I think this slide should come later, but let me talk about address it. We define the concept from the title for our subject, and all the studies that are not in higher education and that not on students, we didn't take them into consideration. So I think he will bring the next slides concerning the concept that we use. So let's go. So we have three concepts. The first one, it was COVID-19, and we use the mesh to choose keyword, and we combine them for the search in PubMed. So the second concept was university education. We did the same things. And the third one was Africa, where we use some keywords related to countries and the region in Africa for our search. So our query for each concept note, first of all, for Africa, we have, I think, 800 and no, 8 and 6,000, I think, and 4. So these are the numbers that we have there. And when we put them together to combine them, and we have 22 documents. So we use this 22. So on Ryan, we share the task within the group to go through using the abstract and the title. And finally, we selected 17 after screening. And after going through the document, we included in our systematic review 11 papers. So this is just an illustration of the work we did on Ryan online. So it's with the team, we share it, participants, yeah. So you can continue, please. So after the screening of the 11 documents, it was unfortunately that we don't have quantitative variable to define our data for the meta-analysis. So we decided to not conduct meta-analysis, but only a systematic review. So that is why you can see that the first topic we sent to you, I think it was meta-analysis and systematic review and meta-analysis, but what we are presenting now, we have removed the meta-analysis. So we didn't have a quantitative variable that we can put to use this statistical tool that we call meta-analysis to proceed. Yeah. So from this narrative systematic review, we concluded, so the time was very short, so we tried to go through the 11, we share it among us, and we come to the conclusion that African countries have undertaken some action when the outbreak. So these actions are close of universities in Africa, and they have adopted also online teaching and learning platforms. And there were no support to students. We know we don't have internet in Africa, but there were no support there to students to assist them in internet subscription, everything. So the impact of this COVID outbreak on the university education system are as follows. We saw that we have in Africa during this period the increase of absenteeism from lectures. Also, we have a continued modification of the academic calendar affecting the habitual planning of students and their parents in Africa. And this problem is continuing now. Even in some countries, the academic is still, program calendar is still not good. So, and the third is there are some benefits related to the interaction between students physically. So these has been deleted, and now we have problem in knowledge sharing and acquisition between students. And also the dropout rates from schools and universities, I think, has increased. So those are the conclusions that we can have from our narrative systematic review. So the limitation and recommendation from this study, the first limitation is that there was no clear protocols due to the time we have to do that. So, and the second one is we only use PubMed, also related to the time. So we don't have time to use other, we didn't have time to use other data bases. And the recommendation now from the team is we will continue the work using systematic review. So we won't do meta-analysis. So thank you for your attention.
All right. Questions, contributions, comments? Yes, Pius.
Yes, thank you very much. I liked the study. I think it's very important and practical. So, Prof, can you please help us comment on the concept for Africa and the mesh terms? I was impressed with it, and I think I learned something. So,
yeah, can you take us back there, Philip, to your concept of Africa? Ahmad, can you take us to your such concept, please? Okay. So what is your question, Pius?
yes, I say I like this. It's I noticed you brought in all. It seems you brought in all African countries, So does it mean what I'm learning from this is, let's say I want to do a systematic review for my country, Nigeria. That means I can put in the name of all the states for the location concept or something like that. I don't know what you can say about it.
Yeah, I think that is very important question. If you type Africa in mesh in PubMed, under it will give you the list of all African countries.
Okay.
But as you have said, even when you use the mesh, also include that term as a keyword, so that the system can search and get some studies that use those individual countries. People use these things in different ways. Okay, so include that. I mean, you can evaluate it yourself, what they have done now. If you go to mesh, you just search for Africa only, and then you do another one where you include, in addition to mesh for Africa, you include the specific countries. You see that the result you get would likely differ. So you can also generalize that to when you're searching within a country. That is particularly important in the sense that if something is published within a country and you're using a state and the paper is published locally in the country, it is possible that the authors may not have, for instance, included the state's name and the country name because it's published within the country. So having the mesh for the country or continent, then including the specific countries or states would give you better results. All right, any other comments? All right, thank you, group number 12. And for you, how was this experience when you relate it to the content of the course? How did this experience go for you?
Thank you, Prof. I think we are very grateful to you, and especially I'm not from health science, but as you already said at the beginning, that is the process which is important. So together in the group, we know that the process, if you really master the process, you can do a great job. And meta-analysis, systematic review were considered as difficult things, but now very, very easy to conduct. Thank you. We are grateful for that.
All right.
Yes. Can I come?
Yeah, Ahmad, you want to speak?
Yes. First of all, thanks a lot. It was very informative, and I learned a lot. Thanks for that. I want to add that, and I will also want to thank all my colleagues. It was very nice collaboration and very nice experience. I want to add that I think it's important to understand the formulated question, because when we go further in steps, we have to have common understanding of what exactly we are looking for. So the formulating the question and maybe emphasizing several points will help us. So I think this point is important. I hope you can comment on it, and maybe anticipating according to the topic, what will be used, what variable will be used. Is it will be like qualitative studies mostly, or quantitative? Because we didn't anticipate that, and we found most of the results was qualitative, and the quantitative ones, we couldn't find common variables, so we can synthesize data. to perform meta-analysis. So that, yeah, that's my those are my points, and thanks a lot to you and to my colleagues and to everyone. And I hope you can comment on those 2 points.
I mean, if you have your protocol stated, like I've said, then in your protocol you should indicate what study designs you'll be including. So if you are explicit with that, we are looking for studies that have quantitative data. So qualitative study designs will be excluded. That should be included in your protocol, okay? I know we didn't, we agreed that the protocol would take you some time, but if you're taking this forward, the first thing you need to do now is to develop a protocol before you start. And in that protocol, you have to specify the inclusion criteria. All right. And the second point was?
Yes. Yeah, it was anticipating, according to the topic title, the results will be, or the studies, will they be qualitative mostly or quantitative? I think maybe if someone wants to perform meta-analysis.
Well, the ultimate goal is not just to perform the meta-analysis. The ultimate goal is to synthesize the evidence that is there. So what you synthesize will depend on what people have published. If they have published rubbish, that is what you're going to synthesize and say what they have published is rubbish. If they have published something that is good, that is what you're going to synthesize. And then, of course, you have to indicate that this is a robust evidence. Otherwise, it is difficult to say, okay, I'm looking for this, because you don't know what is there in the first instance.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
All right. Pelebe, is it Pelebe? How do you call it? You want to say something else before we move on?
Yeah, please, Prof. I want to ask if there is, this is my understanding, there is a difference between quantitative and quantitative result. No, yes, quantitative result and quantitative design. Because you can have a study.
There is difference. There is difference.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's okay.
So when you have a qualitative result, means that they have not provided numbers.
Okay, thank
then
you.
Qualitative study design is something else.
Oh, yeah.
And those who do qualitative study design, you can consult them after this course. They will tell you all about that. For me, I am not that guy because I will fail to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. It's okay. So I'm also interested in quantitative design, so it's okay. Thank you.
All right. So you find your way through that. Group number 1. Who is presenting for group number 1? Group number 1. Group number 1. I have caught some groups here. They are not responding. Group number 11 has not didn't respond. Group number 1 is not responding now. Does it mean that they have not done anything? Victor, which group are you representing?
Group number 6.
I didn't call group number 6 yet. All right, group number 1, are you ready? Group number 11, are you ready? Goodness me. Okay. Group number 11. Russia, you're raising your hand.
Yes, Professor.
Are you ready for group number 11?
Yes, I just was asked to present. Okay, I will present. Okay.
All right. So Lawrence, after group number 11, raise your hand so that I can see. Raise it because I can't find you through this pile of names. Raise it so that I can see. Don't put your this thing on the chat box. All right, Rasha, go on.
Okay. Okay, sharing my slides. Okay, so our group, okay, please just, okay. So the title of our group, I am Rasha Abulgasim, presenting on behalf of group 11. So generation of the research question is the effect of calcium channel blocker medication on Black African hypertensive patients who are living in sub-Saharan Africa. It is a systemic review and meta-analysis on clinical trial. Okay, these are the names of our group. Okay, so we formulate the question based on the title or the question, research question, and then we put the keywords for PICO. So participants here, these are Black African patients, hypertensive, living in sub-Saharan Africa. Intervention is calcium channel blockers used for treatment of hypertension. And we compare that drugs used in hypertensive patients that using only calcium channel blockers and with other drugs, antihypertensive drugs. The outcome is the effect or control, mainly controlling blood pressure. So the concepts has been added. So we generate the keywords from the PubMed. This is example just from the keywords, and we add all together. And then we end with about 41 patients. So these papers transferred into Rayan, and then there we have screened each paper. And by screening of each paper, we exclude, sorry, I did not mention inclusion and exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria, patient using only calcium channel blockers. We exclude treatment with more than one drugs. We exclude cross-sectional studies, cohort studies. Also, we exclude any retrospective studies. So we end with about 35, and then we go search more deep in each paper. We open each paper. Some paper we unable to get some papers. It's not free. It wasn't free. And some papers, we went through them. We exclude also another papers, as we mentioned, by more searching deep in this paper. At the end, we just end in clinical trial, 5 clinical trials, satisfied our inclusion criteria. And then we just analyze these 5 by Ravenman, and then we have, so we have, this is the result, our result. These are the 5 papers. Okay, as we can see, the I-squared is 0%. We use it, as we know, because of different heterogeneity between variables and patients. And we didn't have that enough time, because sorry, because just I assigned for this presentation. And but our conclusion, we need more time to go through more papers, to look for more criteria, and also we have to look for quality of each paper included in the study. We also think that Africa need more clinical trials regarding calcium channel blocker, and calcium channel blockers is working better in African. Most of the study they agree together. Maybe that's all. Thank you.
All right, Hamilton.
Thank you. Congratulations for the presentation, for the good work. First comment that I have, there is in the research questions, even presented clearly the PICO. should state has a questions to understand what the teams are looking for. We can assume that what they are looking for, but better to state as a question. And the second comment is regarding the chart that presented that did study. I know that I heard that some were excluded because were not available, but probably could in searching be more clear that are looking for the clinical trial to not appear or should be excluded in other phase, not here in full paper, and other in previous previous phase to exclude the other kind of study that are not should include it. And then the other things that should be presented, the quality appraisal and the synthesis of the table synthesis before perform the meta-analysis, and what's the justification to include the meta-analysis in your presentation. Over to you.
All right.
Okay.
Was it clear for you, Russia?
Yes, yes.
For your group?
Yes, very clear. We think, yes, we have to look more for the quality appraisal for each study. You're right. We just extract the data from PubMed. We just include PubMed. And your last comment was regarding, I think, the graph or something like that. The conclusion, yes. You asked about the conclusion, or not? Hamilton, I think, the one who asked.
All right. Moada.
Yes, thank you. I just want to ask why you exclude the cohort retrospective studies and cross-sectional studies from your included criteria?
So here we just have two groups comparing two drugs. Okay, and as you know, cohort study for a longer time is still extended, okay, in a specific group. So here intervention, this is an intervention clinical trial. We have one group using drug and the other one is using another drug, and calcium channel blocker, and the other using another drugs. And this is based on that on Black African or Black hypertensive patient. It was found because based on genetics, okay, and ethnicity, that is calcium channel blocker is working better than other antihypertensive drug. But there are few studies are done in Africa. Most of the studies done in Black American. Okay, so your question, we exclude them because we want to know the effect in intervention studies comparing two drugs. Retrospective studies, we exclude it. It was only, I think, 1 or 2 studies. We exclude them. We are just thinking about clinical trials, prospective, going forward.
Yes,
that's
very
helpful.
clear. Yes, thank you. So when the intervention will be drugs, we have always to exclude the retrospective and cohort studies. Is that right?
We choose that, but I don't know if Prof. Wright, Dr.
Yes,
Wright, can help.
question,
We just keep the studies done in clinical trial.
Yes, this is
comparing
rational
two drugs.
So
yes,
that was your decision before you started the review,
yes,
that you are including only clinical trials.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so the same question comes for you, Russia, and group 11. Are you taking this forward?
Yes, sure. Because we spend many time digging more in each paper and looking if it is conducting the clinical trial in the right way. and according to the guidelines. So we spend many time just reading each paper and bringing the outcome of each paper. But we are looking forward to go forward, yes. Especially that found there are few studies are done in Africa, and it's very interesting to look for clinical trials done in Africa, in sub-Saharan mainly.
So how did work go for you in comprehending the material of the course?
Sure. This is an excellent and very good course, or what I may name it. But I learned too much from this course, especially as you said, always we just by skills, we learn by skills, by do it many times. We just repeat it and sharing together in the group, asking each other. So it is very motivated course, and I require it for anyone, sure.
Okay, you said you learned too much. My daughter will always tell me, Daddy, too much of anything is not good. Did you learn too much, or you learned just enough?
Learn more than my expectation.
More than your expectation. All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Group number 11. Let's go to group number 1. I think you're ready now, isn't it, Lawrence? Lawrence, have you unmuted yourself? I've given you permission to unmute yourself. You are unmuted, yeah. So go ahead. Lawrence, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for the privilege and for the teaching and the guidance. We are group 1, and I'm presenting. Our topic is preeclampsia as a risk factor for prematurity and stillbirth in Africa. It is a systematic review and meta-analysis. Introduction. Preeclampsia is a common pregnancy complication, mostly characterized by hypertension and proteinuria after 20 weeks of gestation. And this is exclusive to women, despite there has been a study conducted. There haven't been precise etiology. The etiology is not clear, and then the only way forward is to be able to deliver an effective treatment. So our study, the present study, aimed to estimate the association between preeclampsia, the risk for prematurity, and stillbirth in Africa. The aim of this study is to be able to determine the association between preeclampsia and the risk of prematurity. The method used, we search only one database, that's PubMed, using this search term. First of all, we bait the search term to be able to retrieve the various synonyms of preeclampsia, which is also pregnancy-induced hypertension. And then with prematurity, we also find other synonyms, infant or premature. So the search term was built in PubMed, and the searching was done by two artists independently, and disagreement was resolved by consensus. After the search, we realized that we retrieved articles between 1947 to 1966 to 2004. And in total, we got 49 articles. And then the articles immediately were imported into RAIAN for further screening. So we use this inclusive criteria for the screening, initial screen, that's only articles in English, papers done in Africa, and original articles. We excluded papers that not contain preeclampsia, pregnancy-induced hypertension, which are the synonyms, infant or prematurity, or papers that are conducted outside Africa. What are the quality assessment we use for the screening? First of all, we follow the Prisma flowchart. So the total article retrieved during the searching by two artists independently, we got 49. And then we use the Prisma flowchart And also, as well as the Jonas Brink Institute Critical Appraisal Checklist, also used to assess the quality of retrieved articles. And this was done using the title and the abstract in Rayan. The purpose is to be able to determine the internal and external validity of studies and to minimize bias. And this is our Prisma 2020 statement, which was used. We are doing the identification. One database was searched, and we retrieved 49 articles, and we excluded, based on the various reasons, 11 were taken out because it's not eligible for the study. And then we were able to screen 33 articles, and we excluded 11 again. Finally, we arrived at 12 that is eligible for our study. But in further screening, we excluded 3, which we cannot extract the data because our focus is to be able to do meta-analysis. And then another 4 papers were not able, the outcomes in the papers were not reported. And then 2 of them are out of scope. So finally, we included just 3 articles into our meta-analysis. And all these were done by 2 artists independently, and then consensus were resolved among the members. Okay, so this is our pre-tested prepared data extraction form, which was done by 2 artists independently. So we use these various variables to extract the data that is of interest to this study: the year, the country, the sampling strategy, the sample size, and then the case and the control. So these are the various data retrieved. Okay, so we use RevMan for the analysis. And then this is our forest plot from the extracted data. This is the forest plot. And looking at this presentation here, you realize that we included just 3 papers. So the degree of freedom is 2. And once the direction of the analysis are in different direction, 2 studies favor the control, that is the no preeclampsia, and then 1 study favor the preeclampsia. And when you look at the result very well, our interpretation is based on this. The conclusion is overall results show no effect because studies are in different directions. Okay, and then we also use the Desmoid and Land random effect model, which shows that there is a substantial statistically significant heterogeneity, which was detected across the study based on the I-square reported here, and then the significant value of the result. And because we included just 3 studies in our meta-analysis, we were not able to do subgroup analysis. So we proceed, and we have some limitation. One of the limitations is we were not able to do, not that we are not able, but we couldn't do the sensitivity analysis by removing the first included paper, which is this, to show, to be able to determine what was the differences or what effect does these 2 studies that has high odds ratio, the 6.84 and the 9.15 on this study. We were not able to do that because of time. So that's our limitation. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Inas, you have your hand.
Thank you. Thank you for the group 1 for this amazing presentation. Actually, the question is just a note, because you mentioned that you used Prisma for quality assessment of your papers, but Prisma is not for quality assessment. It's for protocol, for writing the protocol, I would make sure that the protocol follows the guidelines by Prisma. So I just want to highlight this because it's a totally different concept. That's my only point.
Lawrence, do you want to respond?
Yes.
Do you want to respond to Inas?
No. And then what the Prisma also help us to do is that we it helps us to be able to know how many articles that we are including and those that we are excluding, to be able to follow the systematic review and meta-analysis protocol. So we also use it in one way or other to be able to assess the quality of our articles we are including in our paper, please.
Nope. The Prisma does not serve that purpose. I shouted beyond the roof. How many days now? Don't use a Prisma. You want me to shout more? Okay. The fact is that the Prisma is a reporting tool, not quality appraisal tool. Okay. So note that, because I see several people, you know, when I review systematic reviews, I will always, if authors have done that, I will send them back to work, you know. Don't use a Prisma. I know people can, you know, do things. Prisma is for reporting your results. Those who created Prisma, even in their wildest dream, they didn't think that these people will use this to evaluate the quality of the study. Prisma is for reporting. So take the tools. There are many tools that are out there you can use to evaluate the quality of your study, not Prisma. All right, Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. The first comment was that the Prisma is for reporting, and then Prisma P is for protocol. The second, could you first congratulations for the presentation, for the team working. And then the question is, could you clarify why did you go through for meta-analysis in your specific research, please? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. With this protocol, that's the Prisma, we use, first of all, during our database search, we search just one database, we retrieve 49. And our objective, first of all, the objective is to be able to determine the association between preeclampsia and the risk of prematurity. So we are aiming to estimate the association. We are aiming to estimate, to be able to come up with figure rather than narrating the story. So when we use a protocol as a Prisma for identification of our articles, the screening, and then the eligibility, we were able to arrive using 3 papers that report that we can be able to extract data, which we are able to extract this data here. So the reason why we are able to do the meta-analysis because we are aiming to estimate the association between, based on our research objective, please. Hello.
Okay, I have Pantaleon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you and congratulations for this team. I was just following keenly and I found that they have done a good work in terms of the methodology, despite the limitation that have been mentioned by others, including Hamilton. I was having the same question, and now I'm bringing it in this way. The approach looks good, but the sample or the selected number of studies for the meta-analysis is too small to come up with a conclusion. You can also see there are just 3 papers, and Africa has more than 50 countries. Your conclusion ends up with 3 countries. So to me, it's not yet you have not reached a place to come up with a conclusion for whatever or responding to that particular questions. And my advice, I think you should need to increase the number of countries or studies that will come up with good, conclusion. Thank you.
That is,
Thank you so much.
that is apt. You don't need to respond to that, Lawrence. It's apt.
Yes,
Just
please.
take it in. Pantaleon, thank you for
Yes,
that
please.
comment. And finally, Aminu on this, then we'll move to group number 6.
Yes, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think the limitation here is the limited number of studies, which I think the presenters, the group should have done just maybe systematic review because of the few number of studies. And if you look at the design of the studies, they are not consistent. So heterogeneity is very high. Even the I-square, 98%. So probably they should have done systematic review, descriptive or narrative synthesis, and for the articles they have included, the search. They search from 1919 to 2014. We are in 2022. In fact, even if you miss a year, it's likely that you miss many articles. So the search was too narrowed from 1947 to 2014. So likely excluded so many articles published from 2014 to 2022.
Yeah,
Okay,
so take that forward, Lawrence. Take that forward.
We did not limit to year, but actually what we retrieve the year of publication. That's what we reported, but yeah, but we did not limit it to year, please.
Okay.
So
all right.
Get anything.
So where do you want to take this now, Lawrence? Do you have any ambition on this?
Yes, please, Prof. Thank you for the opportunity. My group and I decided to work on this very interesting topic from the skills and the knowledge we've acquired from this course. We decided to go further and work on it and come up with something good, because we are learning, and that's why we're able to include certain things that are not supposed to be part. But we promise that in the near future we'll come up with something good, and you will see all of us, our paper maybe published one day on systematic meta-analysis.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Group number 1. Let's go to group number 6, and that is Victor Akinseye. Victor, over to you. So stop sharing, Lawrence, so that Victor can share.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the privilege. For Group 6, the title of our work was Risk Factors for Adverse Drug Reactions of Tuberculosis Therapy among HIV Patients in Africa.
Can you put on presentation mode, please, Victor?
So, topic again is risk factor for adverse drug reactions of tuberculosis therapy among HIV patients in Africa, systematic review and meta-analysis. Introduction. Adverse drug reaction of TB treatment poses risk to TB epidemiology itself, and this is exacerbated in HIV infected individual, and this poses a great public health challenge. It increases the duration of infection and the risk, and the risk factor associated with treatment failure that have been, and these have been widely studied and evaluated for effectiveness. So what are our questions for the systematic review? The question is, what are the risk factors for adverse drug reaction of tuberculosis therapy among HIV patients in Africa. And we use PO. There was no C for us. So participant, intervention, and outcome. So the participants are the TB and HIV patients, intervention are TB treatment, and the outcome is adverse drug reaction. We couldn't develop any protocol because of time constraint, but this will still be done because we have the plan of pushing this forward. I want to also say here that we had a great teamwork in our group. Everybody contributed immensely. And the presentation we are having is just we just put this one together about 3 hours ago. Those who are supposed to actually present for us had a lot of challenges, so we came up with this. So the strategy that was used is what we have on the slide here. So we put these words together, and this are what was keyed into PubMed, and this brought out this is our final search terms that we use, and eventually this brought out 134 articles from PubMed finally, and this was imported into RAN for screening paper. So we all together did the screening here by looking at our inclusion and exclusion criteria that we all agreed to use. So the inclusion criteria, the study must be conducted in Africa, it must involve adverse drug reaction of TB in HIV patients, and the study must be based on in humans. The exclusion criteria are non-HIV patients, non-TB patients, animal study, and non-African study. So after screening the study in Rehan, and we eventually ended up with 44 articles, and this is our subtraction figure. So from 122, we excluded 80 based on our exclusion criteria. We arrived at 44, and this was further screened using quality appraiser. So for our quality appraiser, we use an EPH PP tool. And after going through this together, eventually we ended up with 16 articles that were relevant for our to answer the question that our title posed initially. And these 16 articles were further processed for the entry into meta-analysis. But unfortunately, we couldn't progress beyond this stage. We plan to go on with the meta-analysis, but because of time constraint that we have among ourselves and all challenges that I mentioned earlier, so we couldn't carry out the meta-analysis. So we couldn't make any conclusion. But I want to say here that we still plan ahead. We plan to go ahead with this study and carry out meta-analysis and check. But even beyond that, we plan to check other databases. So we intend to publish this work if possible. So we have great plan with this work to go ahead and do good work, do good analysis and good work with it. So this is initial part of the reference, but we didn't go beyond this stage. So I want to say here that we are really appreciative of what you've really done in this course, Prof. It's an eye opener. And as a person, and I'm saying the mind of my group member also, I'm better off. I want to say that I've been involved in previous SR, systematic review, but I can say that now I'm better equipped, and I can say that a lot of things were not done in the one I was involved in, and I'll be happy to go back and inform my team that, yeah, we have a lot to do, and I'm better equipped. So I want to say thank you very much.
All right. Okay, Daniel, you have something to say to group number 6, huh?
Yeah. I'm wondering whether in the Prisma flowchart, is it ideal to exclude articles that were identified, or they just started from the one they screened in a, they identified more than this, but I don't think they started from that, from what they obtained from PubMed.
Okay, you mean what we got before we get our final search word in PubMed?
Yes. What did you get first in PubMed before you now took it to
What we have here is based on the last search term that was used. It's not the initial one. So I can't remember, but it's a lot. It's a lot
I
of
thought that
figure.
should have been number one before you now screen.
But then, if that would be the number one, what would be our exclusion criteria at that point?
I hope I'm understood.
All right. So, Victor, what Daniel is saying is the right thing. I also noticed that many of the groups did not use the Prisma, the flowchart. If you use the original Prisma flowchart, then it will be clear to you what is requested to have in the box. People are going, please, we are not finished yet. So please use that one. The fact is that in the Prisma flowchart, if you search for literature from more than one database, there's a place in Prisma where you should have them even before you remove the duplicate. Okay, so you start from there. Whatever you get from the databases, you put them together and put there. So now you're asking what would be your exclusion criteria. Exclusion criteria is not influenced by your Prisma. Exclusion criteria, inclusion criteria is what you have already stated in your protocol, or in your study, question. Okay, so then when you start screening, you will use those criteria to exclude or include studies.
Sorry, maybe you didn't get my question. What I'm saying is that, when you were taking us through that search, PubMed search, and you had that title, I can't remember again, you have 3 key group and search group. You're combining 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Then later you combine the combination of 1 and 2, 3 and 4 before you not get the final search term.
So is the final search result you put in your Prisma? You put in your Prisma. What you get from your final search, that is what you put in your Prisma.
That's what is here, Prof.
Okay.
124.
So this is what you got from PubMed.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Any other points? Okay. So group number 6, you have said that you are taking this forward and that this was a useful exercise for you. Nada, you have something to say?
Yes, Professor. Just I want to ask about here. I saw that in the extraction of relevant data, the small sample size, and don't know does a small sample size in all the time one of the reasons that we should exclude the study, even if the results is significant?
No, I don't think you should. Well, sometimes people may make
because sometimes there's a limitation of sample size because of this of the population itself. It's not large. For example, rare disease. For example, so small sample size. Just this is something that raising my mind now, and I need to check on it.
Yeah. So you take note of that. Sample size, you have to consider very much the context you're looking at. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other thing? Diana?
Okay, thank you. Just need to clarify something. If you find a study where they're reporting that it's their preliminary report of an ongoing trial. So in this case, we had a paper where the initial initially they recruited 49 participants, but that paper is reporting side effects that happened in 5 of the participants. And so they've published. And there was a bit of confusion. So do you include it, or what is the basis of excluding it?
Are you asking me or Victor?
No, I'm asking you, Victor. I was in the same group with Victor.
Okay, so you had a study that is ongoing.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the way we deal with, we usually have, and in fact, it's very important. For those who do clinical trials, there is a database called clinicaltrials.gov, and that is a place where ongoing clinical trials are registered. Okay, so if you're doing a topic and you have such databases, you have found the studies, and then you observe that there are some studies that have been registered in the clinical trials, but have not been published because they're still ongoing. So you can have a table where you can also include descriptively, okay, ongoing clinical trials. And so you take into account when you interpret your data, recognizing that what you have now is not the global picture of the studies in this area because they are ongoing studies. And so the evidence will be clearer when those studies are published and their data are included in the systematic review and meta-analysis you have. So in essence, because those studies are ongoing, your conclusion will be quite preliminary. But now you're giving anticipation so that the readers will know, because we make judgment based on the information we have. Readers will know, and it will be good also for reviewers and editors to see that you have been able to take into account what is happening in that field. All right. Gustavus.
Prof, thank you sincerely for your investment in us. We really appreciate you big time. Again, I'm in the same group with Victor. And one of the challenges, even as we plan to continue with this study, is once we have screened our articles, and now we are going to deeply review them and gather content which we can take to RevMan, is actually the figures we are supposed to pick from there and take to RevMan. And I could see even the different presenters, the figures they were taking there, and one would wonder exactly what figures did they pick? Because they could see some people would take their sample size and number of, they were taking different things from there. So my question is, when you're reviewing a study, what exactly do you pick from that study to take to RevMan to do meta-analysis?
Is what you have stated in your protocol, Gustavus. So, and what is in your protocol is determined by your research question. Okay. So your research question, you will sit down with it and construct your protocol. And in your protocol, you state what you are including, what you are not including. And then in your protocol, you will state the data items you are interested from every study when you are doing your data extraction. All right. This is an introduction. Okay, it's an introduction to the field. There are many things you need to encounter now. So you need to read those papers, go to the Center for Reviews and Dissemination online book they have written. You get more clarity. Go to the Cochrane handbook. The Cochrane handbook is almost like the Bible of systematic reviews. It's available online free of charge because it is very comprehensive. And then you take the Prisma P guideline and Prisma guideline to understand some of these issues. Okay.
Hello? Yeah.
Victor. All right. Okay. Then I have Ahmad.
Yes, I have a question and a point. So first of all, can you, Victor, tell us how it went when you collaborate in Ryan? Because it's difficult to get people to collaborate and screen papers. And you said you have like more than 100 paper, I think. So how did you manage to collaborate with others? Because this is a practical point which we had some difficulty doing it. So can you please tell us what you have done as a group?
Victor is muted, isn't it? Victor, can you address that? Are you still available? Okay, we have lost Victor, but otherwise, Ahmad, I think the key thing is when you collaborate with your group, you sit down together to formulate the question. You sit down together to decide who screen what, which pairs, and since you have several of you in the group, who does what, and so on and so forth. But it looks like Diana wants to respond on behalf of Victor.
Yes.
Yes, I think, Prof, whatever you've said is actually what we did. When we got the 124 articles and imported to Ryan, so what we did yesterday, the whole afternoon together as a group, we went through using the Ryan tool, including, excluding, and putting maybe. And then after that, when we remained with the 44 papers, we allocated a few papers to each team member to go and download and then now do the further appraisal. So that is how we worked. We went about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, thanks a lot. And for my point, I want to address that Group 5 has done the same topic, same that we have done. So I'm inviting you to collaborate to go further with this topic, COVID-19 and education. So you can contact us, and maybe some of you want to collaborate, and we can do something great. And thanks.
All right. Inas wants to say something, so please quickly, then we
yes, in the same point that Ahmed has said about the Ryan. Actually, as a group 3, we had difficulty to maintain the not a transparency, but being like everyone do it separately. So I think this point, it seems it's easy, but in practice it's not easy, because the authors, especially if they know themselves, each other or friends, they tend maybe to share the results or talk about it. I mean, the screening results of each one. So yeah, I think this should be agreed on it from the beginning, and they should be strict in their decision that everyone should do it independently. That's what, yeah, that's my point. That's what I have noticed from our experience.
All right. Gustavus, do you have a quick one?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I really sense a sense of, I'm just wondering when we get away from here, how we are going to just leave each other like that. There's a lot of resourcefulness among the participants here. Is there going to be a special cohort for this group 2022 cohort, and maybe we form a general WhatsApp group or a place of interaction, so that from here we don't lose each other and go our own ways?
Yep,
I think,
yep, that is wonderful, Gustavus. And so I think anyone who is in agreement with Gustavus, you can make a thumbs up there, so that we know that you are happy with what he's saying. But yes, the mentoring mentoring list that has been collected. We will put it together, and there you see that you have indicated your phone number. A WhatsApp group is going to be formed where communication will continue. I tell you something, and of course I will come back to that when we conclude now. The first time we taught this course was 2020. And I tell you, those who started then, they have not made themselves physically, but when they meet, interact, it's like they have been together since nursery school. And they support each other. I can tell you that because I participate in their WhatsApp. I'm there, I see what is going on. So form that group, because as I will tell you during this conclusion I will make now, this is a movement. It's not just a place where you come, you exchange ideas. It's something that we need to do to continue this motivation of what we do. Many people do the wrong things because they are in isolation. But when you have a forum where as colleagues, you can interact, encourage each other, I think as a continent and as a people, we are on the way to greatness and rebirth of our continent and values. All right, conclusions. It has been a wonderful week so far, and as you know, this is where we started. It was all black when we started, but I am very much happy to say that we have gone through a very fabulous week to cover all the things that we needed to cover. And I also think that you are convinced that we have done a great job. So some tips for searching, I have them here: quality assessment, reporting, software, and so on and so forth. Some useful papers. Please take a look at them when you have the time, and continue your progress in development. This is where we started again, that ASFI is here to say that there can be no meaningful development without science. Not just science, but science that thrives. And science cannot thrive if scientists do not have the competencies, do not have the capacity, do not have the tools that are required at each time in the scientific trajectory of development. I think it was Victor who was saying, I have participated in previous systematic reviews, but I have seen that there are many things we did not do. I will go back to tell my team we have a lot to do. And that is because in our scientific processes, there is a movement, there is development, there is new information coming, and scientists need to be in the know, So ASFI, we are here, as you can see, and we mean business. It's not just an organization, because we don't just want to just have an organization that like other organizations that are there. We are into a movement, and that movement is that we want to raise a generation of Africans that people can make reference to. You know, you need to be charged in your spirit. You need to be so much uncomfortable with what is going on around you. Those institutional politics happening there and all those, you need to be so much uncomfortable, because there are so many things as a people we are losing day after day. And we are putting our energy in things that eventually do not contribute to where we need to be. So our continental development is important, and you as scientists, you have to realize each day you wake up that you have a big role to play. You know, at a time in my career development, I started thinking, this terminology we use, research and development, where did it come from? You know, many times we don't think about that. This is because long time people have known that development and research go hand in hand. You don't hear so much about politics and development. It is research and development, R&D, R&D, because research and development go hand in hand. So if your goal going to your office every day is to see how you can publish so that you can get promotion, then you already have failed, because that is not what your generation is actually looking for. Make a difference, and I tell you, promotion will chase you. It will chase you. Once you make a difference, promotion will chase you. The sky will no longer be your limit. You will climb. All right? So let's take first things first. The motivation to change our continent, and then acquire the tools that will enable you to perform in your area of interest. So excellence is important. Excellence. And that is why when you go and do a systematic review after this course, you must do it in the right way. Not just because I want to do a systematic review, but now you have the tools to be able to critically perform your systematic review and do it in the right way. We want to contribute to an African that science is playing a key role. So from our observation, in the few years now we have been in active service to Mother Africa, we have seen clearly that the elephant in the room of African science doing great things is lack of faculty capacity building. Capacity building is the elephant in the room. Is the elephant. Many scientists in Africa are very bright, but they lack the capacity. They lack the capacity. ASFI is here to fill that gap, because you can't have, regardless of the vision you have in your institution, regardless of the vision, if there is no capacity, faculty are equipped with the necessary capacity in a continuous way. I'm not talking about one-off, in a continuous way. That vision will not have the necessary impact. So we have been around, and I tell you, there is hunger. We have seen African scientists hungry for capacity and the right capacity. I'm not talking about elephant project where people go and they spend thousands of dollars and then they eat big lunch and they have parties. We are talking about forums like this where you can be challenged, You put down your gown of whatever rank you have and get into the nitty-gritty of what you need to learn. Because once you live here, I tell you, you have a taste to impact your students. You have a taste to take the message back to say, well, I have learned something. That's the direction we need to go. Once that happens, we are happy. From our training here, I get people who send me email and say, you know what? I took this to my local community and we have been marching on. If you want contact with ASFI to have seminars, to have some interactive session with your university, to give them motivation like this, please be in touch, because that is what we want to do. We want to shake the ground. We want to make people very uncomfortable, not in the negative way, but uncomfortability in a way to move forward. So ASFI is here. We are not just here to train you. We mentor. We open a box of collaboration. Our strategy is hands-on. You do it and you apply it. Africa is our focus because we believe it has been a long time. We continue to rely with those who have, we think that they have all the knowledge abroad. We spend lots of money, we bring them in, but you have African sons and daughters who are equally doing well. And many times Africans will ignore them. The difference between Africans and those people is that there is an African passion your sons and daughters have. And that is what is really killing us here. We can't give up. So, but what we have done so far is a drop in the ocean. Imagine this course. We had almost 1,800 applicants. You know, since Monday we started, the emails I have received say, please, can I come in? Please, whatever you want me to pay, I want to pay to come in. I want to have this course. Telling you that the 300 we selected here, not all of them came. It's just a drop in the ocean. And you having this training, we want you to go back to find a way to replicate. All right, our goal is to train scientists across all the aspects of the scientific research process, from question conception to publication, communication, and even leadership. So I've indicated to you the things we do: seminars, trainings, workshops, mentoring, research, and of course we have other courses and the ongoing Frontier seminar series. Please join this. Dr. Warren's research tips and tricks, join this. And wherever some of you are senior academic, wherever you can contribute, you think you can support in mentoring, you think you can support in young ones, please indicate that this is a platform that you can do something beyond just what you do for your institution. In the end, will also give you a return of joy and happiness, because you know you're doing it for our people. And what is ahead? Some of you have asked. Yes, what's ahead is start from Sunday. Don't miss it. ASFI second anniversary on Sunday. We are hitting the ground. We are going to tell you the story of some of the things we have been doing and the impact we are making, and we'll give you a highlight of where we are going. And some of those are here. From next year, we are introducing ASFI membership. We want to have an army of those who are committed to this vision and form a consortium of members. This will come with annual registration. And so anybody who is interested, so that all our offerings will be very much tailored to meet the need of those who are committed to what we are doing, because we can't serve everybody. As you see, it can be overwhelming. But if we have a group of those that believe that what we have is where they want to go, we want to form that membership in going forward. More information will come as we go towards the end of the year. We also want to start organizing multidisciplinary conferences where you from all the fields, you see the beauty of what we have done this week. Many times people think that, well, I'm in this field, I'm in that field, I can't do what people are doing. No, want to open a forum, because what is important is science that solves problems. So whether you are you're a theologian, you are an engineer, you are a medical doctor, whatever you are, the goal is to make an impact for humanity. The only thing is that we are approaching it from different angles. So we want to organize conferences where we can all bring our presentations and learn together. And the first one in the planning now, we think that within the first quarter of next year, we'll have it online. We'll call for abstracts, we'll call for presentations to have a day of science discussion across different fields. And after that, we are looking big that in the years ahead, we can have it face to face. And then you can see me, who has been talking behind this computer this week, and I can see all of you. We're also planning going forward to introduce ASFI journal. It will be also a multidisciplinary journal. There are many journals in Africa, but we want to provide a journal that is excellence bar, so that people can do science and do it well. One other plan that has been in the offing for some time now is Science Booth Camp, a social interaction event for African scientists. Face-to-face meeting. Someday we can all gather, maybe throw ourselves off in one village in Rwanda or somewhere, just have maybe a weekend or a few days of interaction, learning from each other. In addition to the courses we offer now, we have systematic reviews and meta-analysis. We have reproducibility in scientific research. We have grant writing and research funding. We have the art of scientific writing. We are next year introducing data analysis and software, which is many of you have been calling for. And we have the science leadership and the African scientists. Many African scientists don't see themselves as leaders, and so they don't go for the tools that will make them to make a difference in the leadership arena. And then implementation science, taking into practice what we do in our labs or in our institutions to make them relevant to the population we are serving. So at the end of this year, we have accomplished the 3 years of training, free training for Africans. Next year, we be thinking of taking some fees. This is a non-for-profit organization and we'll continue to pursue that. But you know what has happened this week, you can see the efforts that have gone in. The efforts have gone in. For instance, Eman has left everything she would do and she's just by the computer supporting. Temidayo Ajibola is there, left everything she's doing to come here and support. So we can support this background efforts that are going on. That is the essence. We'll pursue funding to see if we can get funding and offer these courses free of charge if possible. But if not, we will have different set of fees. We'll have for those who are non-Africans, we'll have for those who are not ASFI members. For ASFI members, they will get discount, good discount we give to them because of their commitment to what ASFI is doing. But information will come as we go on. You can volunteer to support ASFI in any way you think you can contribute. Please be in touch with Eman, be in touch with me, be in touch with any other ASFI leaders around and give us your information and which way you can support. All right, so this is where I end all my talk. And usually what we do before we end is if you want to open your camera, you can open that. And then if you want to say something, just raise your hand and I will recognize you as a final goodbye before we leave. Okay, I have some hands and I'll start with Adeyinka. So when you speak, if you want to open your camera, it's for you. Okay, Adeyinka.
Thank you very much, Prof. I don't want to off my camera.
You don't want to off, you don't want to put it on.
I don't want to put it off.
You don't want to put it off.
I want to talk like this.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I can't thank you enough. We've been thanking you, but there's no amount of thanks that is enough to say thank you for this that you have done for us. May the good Lord replenish your strength. Only you work with. Thank you very much. I don't know whether it's a request or concern, is that in the trend in the data world now is about large data science, SQL, R language, Python, and the rest. The data course that we have in view, does it include all this?
Well, when we teach, what we have planned is to work with those three common software people use. Many people, especially those in the social sciences, use SPSS. Many of those who are in the health use Stata. Those who are also in the data science use Stata. And then we have R, which is also English. So these three we will touch when we do the data analysis course. Okay. All right, then I have Inas.
Yes, actually, we can't thank you enough for this course. And I'm so happy that I found the advertisement for the course. Actually, I represent the Libyan team. We are 4 from the same institution, which is because we share the same vision as you, that we want to increase the capacity of our center, of the people who work with us. I'm actually at the head of the department, and the people are actually my colleagues in the department. So yes, what you said in the vision, especially in your vision and the ASFI vision, is really stimulating and motivating us. And we are happy to collaborate in all levels. And yeah, that's what I actually want to say. Big thank you again, Professor Bright. We are so impressed with this course. Thank you very much.
Great to hear that. So if you want collaboration, get in touch with ASFI. We're happy to discuss institutional capacity building with any institution that wants to collaborate and partner. That is what you want to do. Okay, I have Gabriel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bright. It's been a wonderful time to be here and to participate in this. Well, I won't say that I do not know about ASFI. I've known about ASFI, I think right from the beginning. I've received mails and all that. And then I'm sure you have seen that my wife had also been part of the training for a while, and I think he's also in your mentorship, along with Stella Ogunwiwa and all of them. They are all my sisters and good friends. So most of the time when the training is going on, of course, in my house, I do hear what they are doing. The reason why I've not been part of it before was because it's more medical. It's sounding more medical. There is nothing wrong in that. I'm also a physiologist, so but human, I am a zoologist, so I am more biased towards animals. That's why I've not really been part of it. I've done SR before, but not like this, not this in-depth. This one is really in-depth, it's hands-on, and I can see that I can actually apply almost everything that has been taught so far, also in my field. So it's not too far from one another. The only thing is that I may have to look for other databases that are more environmentally inclined. If I have to do that, I will have to do that. So I've seen that. In fact, I've searched for topics in my field, and I've seen reviews being done, systematic reviews being done. So that really encourages me. And the fact that we're able to do the RAYAN, we're able to also work on the RefMan, and we can see that we are able to actually use those instruments. It's actually very encouraging. So I am very, very thankful to you for keeping this banner, keeping going. And I would like to ask, okay, I belong to SITAC Africa. That is Society for Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry. It's a global society, actually. It started in 1979 in North America. So we have the African region, sub-region, which just started 2012. I happen to be the vice president, and I have told them that I'm going to talk to you, that is there a way by which you can do training for us in Africa, for the society in Africa? What do we need to do for us to for such kind of training to occur, and so on? So I said I will use this opportunity to ask you that. Thank you very much once again. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, thank you. I think we can exchange emails with regards to our society or organization, so that we can know what they want. And of course, we always tailor the training to what the organization wants. But now you know the areas we cover. So once we discuss, we know what you want, and then we can work towards that. Yes, Olabisi, your wife, is a super candidate and working with ASFI. So perhaps her motivation was so infectious to get you on board. So it's good to have you. In reality, you now know what she's talking about when she speaks. All right, I have Francis. Francis, the floor is yours. All right, Francis, I'm not hearing from him. Let's, Francis, are you speaking? Francis, your mouth is moving, but we're not hearing you. You have to correct what is wrong there. Let's get another person as our time is. Let's ask a scholar. Scholar, are you there? All right, let's go to Tata Yaone.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation that you have been providing us throughout the week. I'm very much impressed. I even thought of one Bible verse that says, Peter once told Jesus that, Lord, if it is good for us to be here, if you wish, I will put up 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and the other for Elijah.
You don't want to go, Tatayon.
Yeah,
I want to go. Go ahead.
I feel like we can stay or have more time, refresher courses after 3 months or so. It's really impressive. I'm a first-time comer in this platform, but and I'm a student, a PhD student at the University of Botswana. So it has been very helpful. I think my thesis will go smoothly now. I don't know how my supervisors will see and guess where I got all the courage. So I'm really impressed. I suggest that maybe we can do the refresher courses more often. Thank you very much, Prof. Keep up the strength.
Great. We'll do our best. Of course, we can make a tent, that we are meeting online, but I get your point. Opportunity to continue this conversation and building a WhatsApp group, I think will enable us to do that. That is why in every course we teach, the cohort, we form a mentoring group so that we meet. The mentoring groups, we meet every month for each of the cohort. And I think that is, that is general meeting amongst themselves. They meet as regular as possible to pursue common goals. Okay, I have Marilyn.
Thank you very much, Prof, for this insightful course. I want to say I am so grateful and I have learned a lot from Monday. I am a social scientist, but I just don't know what to say. I have learned a lot and I don't know what my superiors are going to say if I share this, and then if I do research in this way. I'm sure they will be so wowed. Also about the WhatsApp group, I think 2 days ago, one colleague sent a link to us to join. So I don't know if that you create another WhatsApp platform or we are going to use that. Then we can share the link to the rest who didn't get involved. Prof, we want to use this platform to thank you so much, including your team and my group 7 members. We are so grateful for all that you've done for us. Thank you.
Great, great. All right, who is coordinating the WhatsApp? I see some sharing this. I have Gustavus. Gustavus, are you coordinating that? I think for us, it doesn't really matter who coordinates that as far as it will get us all on board. Gustavus, I see you sharing a link. Perhaps that is the link to join. All right. Okay. Yes, Emma, note those some are indicating they want to volunteer. And Tatayone, yeah, we have had people from Botswana who have participated, but not so much. So please be like the man from the gathering who went and he says that the whole village turned around because of him. So you go and broadcast it in Botswana that something is happening. All right, John Bosco.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. As my colleagues just said, this is really an eye-opening event. I'm a PhD student in UK, Robert Gordon University. I just wrote a paper on systematic review, and the comment that came back, I was demoralized, no. But when I really joined, a colleague of mine advised me to join this group and listen to what he has participated in previous ones. Really today, I feel relieved that within 2 months, the people will go through. I really feel relieved because all that comment they made, I have seen all in all the discussions, and I now feel very happy. I feel very relieved. Yeah, but what I may probably also suggest is, I don't know what is in the other program, but probably there could be another topic on the primary research area, so that how to form a topic, how to questionnaires and all those kind of stuff in primary research in the future probably may also be helpful to us. But all in all, the presentation was up, very simple, timely, and well understood. I really appreciate every bit of the 5 days that I have spent with you. I enjoy all your lectures.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, and then I have Hani Hassan. Hani, you need to unmute.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank ASFI for the opportunity to sharing in this wonderful course. Let me thank you, Professor Bright, for your effort during with us in this week. Really, it is new knowledge, new experience, new skills. And I think I will introduce what I know to my department and in my field, because I am in a veterinary field, so I think it will be open a new gate for new projects and new research paper. Thank you for Group 1, and thank you for all the colleagues. And I hope we'll be in touch, because I think it will be maybe a first step for networking of the systemic review and meta-analysis. Thank you for all.
Great, great. Thank you. All right, then I have Rhoda.
Yeah, Prof, I must say I am very excited this afternoon, given that I have learned so many things that were difficult to me, because I had a mentor who asked us to write a scoping review, though it's different from systematic review. But I know that the process is almost the same. It's just that one is for the survey of information, while the other one is analyzing what is already there. And I know that I have learned a lot, even though I missed out a day. But when I came back, I had to put in a lot of effort so that I'll be able to catch up with other people. And I want to thank my group members who were there to support me. And I know I'm going to spread this information to my colleagues. There was one who was supposed to be part of it, but because she did not respond on time, she forfeited her position. So she's waiting for me for the feedback. And I'm sure I'm going to give her next time. She's going to join the crew.
You will make her regret.
Yes. I must say I am grateful. And I
make her
love
regret.
your dynamism. Yes. She was not conscious with the email, and so the deadline passed. And she wrote back to find out it was possible for her to be, for the platform to open for her to be able to register, but it was late for her.
All right.
But anyway, yes.
Where are you joining, Rhoda?
From Cameroon,
Right.
University
From Cameroon.
of, yes, University of Yaoundé 1.
All right.
The capital
Great.
city of Yaoundé.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
That's good. Then I have Daniel Owusulu.
Thank you, Prof. I think I will start with a story. And my being part of this program is a miracle, really. Or I would have wanted to share my video now. It was really a miracle because about a year ago, more than a year, I participated in a systematic review and meta-analysis where I paid. And then it was like they carried our hand, we wrote a protocol, and that protocol was published. But I got interested. I wanted to really now do the work and publish. I started contacting the people that taught us. I said, even if it means having a refresher course, I paying and all that. I've been contacting some people in Africa, in South Africa and all that, all to no avail. They kept promising. At a point, they were no longer responding to my mail. So I was just frustrated. I was just like, publish a protocol and the protocol is about to expire. What do I do? So one of the occasions, I just saw the advert in our consultant blog. I happen to be a gynecologist at Nadia Ziko University. So, and I quickly, hurriedly applied, and that was it. When the first batch came, my name was not there, so I was so demoralized. I felt bad. Then later, all of a sudden, one of the days, I now saw another list that came, and my name, I just jubilated. I was very happy. Now, and now coming here now, that one I paid, but what I have gotten from this one is so enormous. In fact, I'm telling you that that protocol that has been in limbo or has seemed to be forgotten will be dusted up and then published, because I think I have almost all it takes to finish up the work. So, Professor Bright, I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I've already started disseminating the information, and many people are now eager from my center. They want to be part of it. So please keep the good work, and the Lord will continue to bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that when you get email that you are not part of this, it's not easy to deal with, but good that eventually you are here. It's not easy to make that decision when you have a pool of people, of course, applying and competing in that way. We do our best. All right, I have Abode.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. And I want to say I really appreciate all that you have given us throughout the week. I'm a final year PhD student of the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. I'm into disability studies and special education. In fact, it has always been my motivation to learn systematic review and meta-analysis. But I wasn't getting the opportunity until a very good friend of mine, who is a secretary of the ASFI, Idrisu Salifu. I want to say thank you to him for linking me up. But when I applied and the short list came out, my name wasn't packed. So I was disappointed. So I spoke to him and he said, well, A lot of people applied, and perhaps I couldn't make it. But sometimes others will fall off, and they will pick again. So I should reapply. So I wrote back, and God being so good, those who were not willing to depart left, and those of us who were willing to join, we were given the opportunity. And from Monday to Friday, I have been in it. And again, I am qualitative bias. So a lot of these statistics, sometimes I struggle, but the explanation that you gave and also the groupings that you did really, really helped, because my good friend, Gabriel Wanda, and all the other members of Group 4, they've really, 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 really helped. And I want to say thank you. In fact, to teach minimum 5 hours a day, and I still see that the energy is there. But I can see yours is a calling, because if you are not called, you cannot stand on your feet and teach 5 hours. The energy will even go down, but I can see that every morning your strength is renewed.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you about that. Yeah.
I want to be a permanent member of this group going forward, so that I can take that opportunity. Once I know that I can apply the procedure in my field, I'll always be on it to learn, and then.
All right. All right. All right. Let's give room to others. Yes, there is secret to that energy, and of course I can share that if you want. But please don't raise your hand again. Let me attend to those who have raised their hands so we can finish up. It's Friday, and so that you can go. Don't raise your hand again. I know those who have raised their hand now already. So I have Pius, so please make it snappy. Pius, are you there?
Yes. So good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon.
My colleagues. Good afternoon, members of Group 10. So I want to thank God, and I want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I'll say that you are an apostle of research, and we are your disciples, and we hope to spread this message across the world. So, I have a master's degree in field epidemiology, and I'm also a public health physician. And I'm currently going through my MD, a doctor of medicine. So this, I've noticed that in Africa, we have big titles, but we cannot reproduce what we're supposed to do. For example, you find PhDs, you find professors that do not understand systematic reviews, even if they've not done it, but they don't understand it. So I'm really grateful for this. I think the first time I came in contact with this was when I made a presentation on decision-making techniques in public health. So I know I presented systematic reviews as one of the tools that can be used to make informed decisions in public health. But honestly, I'll tell you, I did not understand, really understand what I presented then. But now it is very, very clear, and I'm no longer afraid of going through systematic review and meta-analysis.
All right.
So after this, I intend to watch the videos again.
Please do. Please do.
My capacity.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Then I have Etuk. I see Etuk Group 1.
Thank you very much, Professor and members of this team. I think, let me not waste our time, but just to tell you that I have seen selflessness in what you are doing. And this is just selfless service to humanity. I thought I was doing it, I was helping people. I thought I was teaching. I have discovered that there are people who do greater things that I can imagine. So in a nutshell, what others have said I appreciate. I just want to add my voice that I appreciate what you are doing. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. It's good to speak like a politician. You speak like a politician, not much word, but important words. That's good to hear. Please, there are complaints going on. There are different WhatsApp groups. Please, let's harmonize it. Want to know who should we? Gustavus has said that he's coordinating that. Can we take that of Gustavus and we move on with that so that we don't, confuse ourselves? So Gustavus, please, can you put it on again on the chat box so that we can use that going forward? So everybody, please use that Gustavus has organized. The other thing is, please, if you have not filled the evaluation, is still there. Don't let it last for too long. Then I have Gitaiga. Snappy, please, Gitaiga. We don't hear you. We don't hear you. We don't hear you, Gitaiga. We see your mouth moving, but not hearing you. Please organize yourselves. Yourself there. Let me give to the next person, Estaveo. Is it? Estaveo Salvador.
Professor, Estevão is the name of Portuguese.
Portugal, huh? So are you joining from Angola or Mozambique?
Mozambique. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this course. It was incredible experience. I would like to have a special invitation in the next edition as an incentive for Portuguese-speaking countries, as is the case of Mozambique, because we have some language limitation in Portuguese, and this contributed to the fact that we only had a small participation of only 10 regions in this edition. Thank you very much. I believe that next time the performance and the intervention will be very positive. I hope to contribute with this experience to the development of my country in relation to the research and the session.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, Caluste Gulbenkian, do you know that, Estava?
No.
All right, so it's an organization in Portugal that organizes capacity training for Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa, and I teach some of their cohort of students there too. And I think the Portuguese-speaking countries have benefited quite a lot from these trainings. Okay. All right, it's good to have you from Mozambique. All right, I have Shehu Musa. Shehu Musa, when I hear that name, is the only thing is that there is no Yaradua at the end. It's Adamu that is there. But it's your turn, Shehu Musa, to speak.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
As you said, I'm Shehu Musa, with the absence of Yaradua. Really,
yes.
I'm Shehu Musa. Honestly, I would to congratulate you on what you are doing to humanity. Honestly, I've been introduced by a colleague to this course. I registered, he too registered, but unfortunately he wasn't accepted. I was accepted, and
he knocked him off.
Honestly, what I have gotten from this meta-analysis, is quite fantastic, because you have introduced me to the new body of knowledge, whereby I would like to expand it to my colleagues and even my seniors, because what I have learned, there are things that are hidden that I don't know them, and by God's grace, I would like to encourage myself to know more about it. Honestly,
all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I have Carol. Carol, it's your turn.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Carol from Ghana. I just want to say that I've benefited a lot from this course. I'm both a faculty member in a school and in the economics and statistics department, and I'm also a PhD student at the same time. So I think what you said about lack of capacity building with faculty is very true, because that's what I realized. I keep going around in circles, asking for the information, asking for places where to find the information, and I'm just not given. And I realize that sometimes it's not because they don't want to give, it's mainly because they don't know it themselves. But instead of telling me that, that is not what is being done. So this has been a real eye-opener for me. I think I can approach the research and everything with a lot more fear out of me, and I think it's going to go better from here. So thank you very much.
Great.
Where I teach as well, there are lots of medical field courses there, med lab and the rest, nursing, midwifery. So I think when this course is offered again, I will definitely pass it on to them, so hearing from more people there. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Okay, then I have Betty Apongo.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor and all the members. I want to thank you, add my voice to others, to thank you so much for transforming lives in academia, and also for the self-service in empowering research in this rare field of systematic review. As we have seen, the knowledge is not so common. Personally, I'm a PhD student at Makerere University, and the supervisors told me to carry out systematic review. I was a bit skeptical because I wasn't sure how to do it, and we'll go to inquire. People are also not very sure. But after this training, I can assure you that it's going to be easy. I'm also from Muni University in Uganda, and many of my colleagues are actually very hopeful to learn from me, because I've really spread the message that this is really quite good. We are going to form a team, and I'll see how to empower them as well. So I want to thank you so much.
Great, great, Betty. And Sam. All right. No, Sam, where's Sam? All right, Sam, please go on.
Prof, thank you very much for this 5 days. I mean, this has been quite an experience. The course has been very valuable and very useful. And also coming into the course from a natural science background, you made it very easy. I mean, I think the examples from a medical field were a little bit, I was a little bit fearful about them, but I think the way that you have presented it, I mean, that was exceptional. Thank you so much. You such a, for how you have, taken us through, what you were giving us. I think the one thing that I want to really get closer to you on, it's your vision and the mission around, development around Africa. I was an academic before, and I became a corporate executive, and I'm now semi-retired, and I'm actually wanting to do something along those lines within, contributing towards the continent. I think the work that we're doing today has just shown us how little there is about Africa out there in the world. And this is for us to move into that space, to actually fill those gaps and write those articles. And so you've set us on a journey to really produce. And I'm looking forward that this connection can continue. And God bless you. And I pray that, we can meet again.
Thank you very much. Sam, where are you joining from?
I'm from South Africa.
South Africa, okay. There are few South Africans that come, few of them.
Come. Really?
So you preach the news. Some of them apply, but eventually they don't come. Maybe they are very busy. So please tell them that there is something, this is something you don't miss. These skills are important.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
No problem. All right, then I have Rachel Oduyemi. Rachel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Prof, I thank you so much for this privilege. I even thought I wouldn't be able to partake because I wasn't in the first set. And I remembered, I just saw a mail. I was even saying that, wouldn't I be taking? But eventually I was given this piece. It's a very rare thing because I'm a young researcher and I've not come across such, though I've heard, but I've not really come across this kind of a training. But unfortunately, I could not. My time was taken. There was so much distraction. I had emergencies, but it needs. And as I know that I've been able to critique a systematic review paper, but I couldn't put my hands on. But I want to thank my group members led by Dr. Pius. They were like a family, and they were giving me feedback. And I promised myself that after now, I'm going to go through the videos, and I'm going to call on them anytime I needed help from them, and they had obliged me. So for this, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to you, and I know that God will prosper the works of your hand the more. In Jesus' name. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, I have Scholar. Scholar, are you ready now?
Yes, Prof, I am ready now.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the great teachings that you have given us. I'm a religious scholar. I'm scholar and I'm a religious scholar. And I'm doing my PhD from St. Paul's University, Limuru, Kenya. And so I want to say that this teaching will be very useful for me, and I will endeavor to continue interacting with my group members and also learn more from the videos. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. All right. Then I have the last hand I have here is Kengne for gang. Is how you say it. Please, Kengne, unmute yourself and speak. All right, Kengne is not there. So we'll end it here. Thank you, everyone. And I wish you all the best as you go through this weekend. And I hope we'll meet again. Those who have registered in the mentoring program will put things together and be in touch with you. Please fill the evaluation form. For those who participate in the video recording, please, we'll come back to you, and we want you to do it cheerfully. It is for all of us to get the infection we are carrying around so that people can get on the board. Then the group coordinators, please send email with the list of those who have actively participated in your groups, and then we will, of course, issue the certificate. All right. All right. So thank you very much. And you can unmute yourself now and say bye to everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye, everyone.
very much, every other member. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Bye, bye.
Bye,
bye,
everyone.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Bye.
We are agree on the group.
To take pictures now.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Don't miss Sunday. Don't miss Sunday. Take my advice. Don't miss Sunday. Don't miss Sunday.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye.
the group that leads for others to
Yeah, the
follow.
group
Bye.
that leads, yes.
Bye.
I will miss you all. That's look like group 4.
Maybe I'll get in touch.
Yeah.
You.
Please do. Yeah, let's keep our WhatsApp. Let's keep it alive. Yeah.
Okay. On the WhatsApp group will still be there so that we move on together.
Okay, see you on Sunday. Have a
Dole,
good
I
have a
see
good
you,
day.
ma.
See you.
Bye-bye. See you on Sunday. Bye.